And we're live in 5, 4, 3, 2, and Lalo. Lalo. Yes, I am one of those freaks that uses the bright setting in Google Docs. What about it?
Is it true that the
I'm
fruits are made out
blind.
of are the fruits made out of meat or made out of plant?
They are what they eat, quite literally.
So
So are
flesh.
they but they could also eat plants, which would make them plant.
It would give them plant-like traits, but they're carnivorous.
Ah, a Venus flytrap, I understand.
No, Kroot can't eat
I
plants.
know.
They need that meat.
Ah yes, welcome back, Florans from
Let's
Starbound.
see,
Yes, this
rename.
floor is made of floor.
Yeah, pretty much actually. Florins are basically plant Kroot.
Yes. They keep
Uh,
very illiterate plants, by the way.
Kroot are not illiterate. They're actually really sophisticated people.
Ah,
Hey,
good, good.
why aren't you running? What? Can't read. Get out of here.
Well, the thing about Kroot is actually a lot of people take them for like savage mercenaries. But in the first Caiaphas Cain book, dead ass, dude meets a Kroot almost getting in a bar brawl, and the Kroot manages to talk down Caiaphas's friend, who is drunk and is about to punch out some Tau sympathizers, and some Tau sympathizers with guns. A Kroot manages to talk both sides down. Not Caiaphas, a Kroot.
Amazing.
Mm, mm. That's a crew who loves peace in our time. Do you think if you give a crew enough steak, they'll turn into a cow?
That is a question.
Well, you did say they are what they eat, so if you give them enough steak, would they become a cowroot?
That would
Yes.
be one way to revive them, the ancient thing known as the bovine.
They just become a carnivorous cow that can easily re-evolve back into.
Unfortunately, cows are extinct.
Oh, I'm sad now. Why do you tell me this?
Also, I've just found this, and it just makes me imagine an Eldar version of Doctor Who.
I probably won't be able to. I might be able to show it on stream actually. Let me just adjust. I'm adjusting volumes at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, a t-
Time Wizard is never early. A Time Wizard is never late. A Time Wizard is never on time, and a Time Wizard never shows up at all. Because I am the Time Wizard, not the Space Wizard. I'm fucking lost.
This is why Saoirse's a space wizard. She's never fucking lost.
What?
I'm now imagining Eldar Doctor Who, and you can't stop me.
Eldar Doctor Who.
You're British. You have that
Doctor
right.
Doctor Who or Doctor Whom?
Doctor Who is that?
Dr. Hoomstov. But yes, we're discussing long-term timeline stuff. Um,
Yes, if enough Croots eat steak, will they all become cow?
I don't even think you can have proper steak.
so I'm gonna add 3 new tabs to the Mears Dynasty Adventure Google Doc if y'all want to see.
Oh boy,
I think I have it right here. No, that's the wrong one. Right
I've never
here?
seen it.
Yes, I do. Wait, no, I need to do homework. I can talk and do homework, but I can't look and do homework.
Focus on your homework, Larkin. I don't slacken off for you.
No,
Bad.
I'm almost done here. I just
Yeah,
need
he's
to
usually almost
not
done by the
look.
time he's in voice. Plus, dude focuses better when he multitasks, I've noticed.
I
Fair.
feel it's not I
I'm
feel
calling you
better if
out
I
for
have
possible ADHD symptoms.
yes. I just
You
feel
you might
better.
not, but
I just feel better about doing work if
and
I
do
have
not take that
friends.
as an actual diagnosis.
Hey guys, I
In
have
reality, I'm pretty
ADHD.
sure you're just an extrovert.
So I just feel better doing homework with like people with me. I hate doing this shit alone.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like I learned really hard that I do homework really good if I have someone with me. Back when I was with my ex.
Like, can I just admit it? You don't like being lonely.
Yes, I
Oh, sweet.
hate being lonely.
How's that,
Hello, Zavli.
Hey, Zavly.
I too hate being lonely.
Now
Everyone
you
hates
are not
being
alone,
lonely. Thankfully, we're not alone here.
friendship.
Okay, so now we were just yapping while I was making some stuff in the Mears Dynasty Adventure Google Doc.
Ah, yes, of course.
I've added some. I'm adding some subtabs to one of the three new tabs.
Tabs upon tabs upon tabs.
And I've also done some public tabs that you might also be interested. So we're going to be talking about three things, all related to time. So Thunder wanted to cook up some characters for down the line after Roland kicked it, and that's where I got this stream idea, I will say.
Well,
Oh.
well, kind of. More, I was going to see if Roland could be one of them, but it was like, no, he's too far away now.
Yeah, Roland's too old to be a space marine. Sorry, man.
No, that's fine. But that's why I asked.
But he's so
Look,
cool, any chapter would gladly take his kid in.
Oh, certainly.
You can technically be a discount space marine from
Oh, I did.
StarCraft 2.
I did accidentally summon Dark.
Hey, Dark.
Hello,
Welcome.
I've been summoned.
You've been summoned.
So, the Mears Dynasty Adventure PDF, I've updated 3 new tabs and I'm adding some sub-tabs.
Oh god, I need to check that, because I do need to update a few things. Mirror Dynasty 2. I'm just glad people are actually using it now.
Don't worry, the titles are just barely off screen. I can't read your secrets.
Do you not have access to the mirror? This isn't the GM notes. Hold up.
Oh, okay.
Hold up. This ain't the
I was
GM
trying-
notes.
Okay, fair.
Here, let me... Does anyone not have access to this?
I was just meaning I was just meant on the stream, that's all.
Here, let me get y'all the link just in case.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Alright, hang on. Alright, this is about the Eldor family.
Fuck. Dad equals...
Okay, one moment. Where's this fucking name?
Fucking.
Fuck
This
Dad.
is a. There's a sentence. These are sentences. These are sentences.
Wait, what's Calmus's family name?
I don't
Kyrazon?
think I gave him one because he was an outcast. So he's not using
Oh,
it right
he
now.
still needs one, though, for keeping
Yeah,
track.
Yeah,
There you go.
I just realized that.
There you go, a compelling argument.
Hold
Jimmy.
on. Eldar name generator.
Yeah, that would be fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Let's see. 40K. Since Eldar is pretty much just broken Gaelic, what did Clam Amass's dynasty stand for and was really big on?
Yeah, I have to try to think of that now.
I'm gonna guess they were on the more martial side of things.
Yeah, given that he's probably one of the best fencers they had.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess their dynasty stems more from warlocks and martial prowess.
Probably a few Path of the Warrior in there as well. Yeah, that would explain why he is a warlock, or at least has one of the powers.
Yeah. So they're probably the big warlock family of the council, I'd imagine. Or the biggest warlock. The most influential warlock family.
The one that most of them come from.
No, just the most influential. The richest. The richest.
Ah, yes.
All the one that settles all the duels and shit.
Man, this dynasty must really be falling under hard times.
Yes.
Literally one of the best, i.e. Calmus just went, no, fuck this, I'm leaving.
Yeah, now they have to find another heir.
Unless he comes back by that point.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Saoirse just saying, I know my dynasty is in the lead because we produce farseers. No, I won't become a farseer. I'm still gonna take it over.
I'll do it my way, basically.
Alright.
Yeah, I need to think of a name.
English to Gaelic.
Let's
The
see.
Eldar are also pretentious enough that I could see them just naming themselves after like warrior or something.
Oh, they're extremely fucking pedantic and funny. I fucking love Eldar. Okay, so X out of that. Enter text. Zavli, I cannot hear you if you're speaking.
I am not speaking.
Your thingy was lighting up.
That's probably just because I'm typing on my keyboard.
She's doing the
Understandable.
clickety-clacky.
The thingy dingy, if you will.
She's not a Farseer, she's a Void Dreamer. She firmly believes the future of the Eldari does not lie with skying time, but skying space.
Space!
So she became a Void Dreamer.
The irony of only having limited space in infinite space.
Yes. Look, that's
If only there was a way to get more space in the space.
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 Wanna go to space?
Space.
Look,
Space,
sadly,
space,
do
guys,
you
get off.
know M8's theme?
Yes.
That's Saoirse when she's navigating the warp.
And I climb.
And I climb.
And I climb.
And here I thought it would have been the Space Corps.
I can't play that because that's copyrighted, and I'm not playing Final Fantasy XIV right now. But
Understandable.
that song
We don't want-
basically sums up Saoirse's mood when she's fucking navigating.
So that's what she's like when she's steering a boat.
Yes. A space boat through hell, to be precise. Okay,
We don't want Soken's lawyers coming after us, unfortunately.
Me versus a lawyer? Nah, I'd win. In a fight, not legal fight though.
I was
He'd
gonna say
kick my
legally
ass.
they murder you.
okay.
Yeah, legally he'd murder me. Physically, I'd
So
probably
how
win.
does, Here, I'll make this sound suitably Eldari by breaking it.
The dream is to be able to announce trial by combat, and now your lawyers have to fight for supremacy.
I guess.
Oh, so it's Eldari court!
Yeah.
Where the jury is
me-
also Kimry TV while you're dueling for supremacy.
Anyone
Oh
got
my
you been
God.
framed?
Okay,
Just
so how does Gerlian or no wait, it would be blade arm, if you will.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I need to give thing.
I have a
So I'm
question.
just, since all the major dynasties are pre-fall, or have been around since pre-fall, not the families now, but like the bloodlines themselves,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something funny.
Oh boy. Doing something funny is always an interesting.
House Gerlechan, or Gerleyan.
Scotland!
House Gerleyan,
Forever.
the fall of the Eldari Empire, were in charge of the craft world's public safety and internal security.
Yeah, that tracks. So basically, they were the police force.
Yes. Do you want to know what craft world Volroth used to specialize in, by the way?
Beat
Lay it
sticks.
on me. What?
They were a mix of a dry dock and a travel agency for vacations.
And
Hey.
the house here was basically the bouncer of, all right, you don't get in.
Yeah, the people who were a little too rowdy on warp cruises, because sometimes Eldar just wanted a brisk feel through the warp because they were so bored back then.
So basically, that one meme of Mo throwing someone out, or throwing Barney out.
Yeah. But yeah, Dark.
Hey, Ren, look in your DMs.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So you're saying that orcs have taken up the pleasure cruise edition?
Hold on, I'll
That
open
is-
that in browser. Kirazan to his son.
Doug, what are you being funny for? I need to see this. What have you
I
done?
posted it up on stream. Hold on.
Let me have a look.
Here, I'll post it a little more, but it's basically a Gundam meme.
Of course it is.
Uh... Oops, accidentally tabbed into Deathwatch.
God damn it, Doug. And this is why you're the shit posting brother.
So now we know it's, So now we have that one.
Which technically, Doug, by extension, that does include you for that house as well.
You think he cares?
I know he doesn't, but that still, by technicality, you are involved. Which does technically mean that that's a very interesting possible idea eventually, depending on how far into the future this ends up going. The one fucking Craftworld dynasty that ends up working with a cabal. that is a concept.
I mean, if you get Saoirse to be less racist enough, she may be able to shift the craft world's politics to be more favorable to their dark cousins.
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be that you like them. You just have to tolerate them. That's it.
Yes, literally, if you manage to get her to tolerate them.
That's
Enough.
gonna be a big if. Yeah, that's gonna be a big if. Well, it's like you don't have to like them. Just don't kill them on sight. That's it.
Kill him on sight?
Look, I am going to enjoy when we get to the time skip and we get to the fucking Daro ultimatum.
Then we have
That
House
is-
Zirek.
Yeah, that's gonna be a time. Mostly because, Doc, you are going to be a chronic shit.
Correct.
That'd be for most Dark Elder are chronic shits, so. Wouldn't expect any less from you. Especially given the concept. Yes, typing.
Customers and...
Oh no.
Because basically
Host.
craft worlds are conglomerates before the fall.
Cyberpunk, anyone?
I mean,
I like
yeah,
this
you're
Cyberpunk.
basically living on a... They're now They're now, you know, post-entropy utopian societies that run off magic, but before then they were business people.
Match.
I did
All of
have
it.
to go back. I did have to go back to the Mirror's Dynasty adventure because I did have to add the funny, you know, free lemon russes we just kind of have now.
Oh, right, you'll have 3 lemon... Oh god, those can fit in the manta.
The
Oh,
three
heck.
leaving. Oh, hell
You can hot
yeah.
drop lemon russes if you're willing to try risking it.
I mean, it might
we
fit, but it won't fit the people inside as well.
Or what we could do is just like fly the manta down somewhere, land, and then a Lemon Rust drives out. Hank.
I mean, it could still
Look,
fit a good number of people inside.
We just
Look.
strap rocket packs to them and then just let the tanks drop.
You mean jump packs?
I know what I meant.
Look. Remember Halo, how the Pelican just drops the tank from beneath? That's what we just do. We just slap them underneath the.
Oh my god, we could just add magnets to the bottom of the manta.
Look,
You could put a
sometimes
knight
my
under
mad-
that bad boy.
So
Sometimes my madness.
why am I just imagining like as they're doing that, someone's
Okay,
like,
I'm
"Wait,
putting
you
that
hear
under dynasty research ideas.
Okay, so Ren, one last thing if you do that, the guys you're dropping it on. Wait, what's that noise? They just start hearing Freebird.
But yeah, for clarity, I did not mean jump packs. I meant jet packs, as in the ones that you see on the battle suits.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
So Tau jump packs then. I know what I said, and I'm standing by it.
I'm just saying what they're calling the books.
Yeah, pretending. Shush.
So we currently have 4 races in the dynasty. Well, 5 actually. We have Tau, Eldar, Necron, Yemen, and Rud that I'm going to be dividing the researches into.
Okay, that's how many races we have. How many racists do we have?
How many racists do you have? This is 40k,
Yeah.
everyone's a racist.
Good, good.
The current ratio of racists is 99.999999997%.
No,
Understandable.
Ren. The true answer is how many
Everyone
races
but
do we have?
everyone
Yes.
but Jugs.
Well, I would have said the answer is yes.
Jugs is the only one who is not racist.
Because it's good for business.
No, because all Jugs cares about is getting paid.
So it's for business.
She's professionally non-racist.
Look, if you don't pay, she'll eat you, regardless of your species, even if you're made of metal.
Unfortunately,
It's not
Saoirse is
gonna
just too
stop
quick.
her. Yeah. You don't pay the tab, you become her next meal. Or you're
You don't pay the
Saoirse.
tab, you get the stab.
Unless you're Saoirse and you're just dodging her gunfire.
Or you're tough enough to take the shot.
Drunk. It's still funny to me that Saoirse drunk dodges gunfire.
This doesn't surprise me at this point.
I'm sorry. Okay, so for context for chat, our navigator is an Eldari Void Dreamer. Because any sufficiently powerful psyker can be a navigator if they're ballsy enough. And most Eldar start at alpha level psychic might, so. Yeah, they can just do that.
They just go wee.
Whee! Technically, Void Dreamers usually prefer to apply the webway. By making temporary breaches, they then suture up, but, Saoirse's extra ballsy. And we'll go into the warp when she can instead.
Just don't count the amount of times she is constantly trying to do a thing, and then it just backfires in her face.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Look, when she tries to be cool, something horrible is about to happen.
Or the
When the
dice
weird
just
boy
decide.
carries you.
The dice just decide no.
She's Segarak's favorite clown, and she's not even. The reason she's not a Harlequin is she's already Segarak's favorite clown.
Honk.
Clown and all but
Bazinga.
name.
Bazinga.
If she gets to. So current Tau would be. Current Tau research project would be Manta under magnets. And then under that, multiple magnetic attachment points underneath the manta to haul larger feet.
I just want to point this out. You are aware mantas can deploy hammerhead gunships, which are about around the same size as a Lehman Russ?
It's more about the height.
Ah, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, the Lemon Russ's cannon would start bouncing off when it tried
Imagine
to enter
not
the
ha-
mold.
Imagine not having hover tech for your vehicles. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Right.
The Imperium goes burr.
I'm
Man,
back. What did I miss?
The shit posted.
Magnets.
Ah, yes. The magnets after I said the funny Halo idea.
Or a fucking
Magnet.
knight. Singular.
Singular.
Magnet.
Magnoit. Oh god, that is true. We are coming up close to the to coming back to Munda's Dara, which will mean we need to actually flush out the fucking night house. Fuck.
Yeah. Mir's gonna be here for that though.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Honestly, knowing how he's been running things with the themes so far, probably something Middle Eastern themed.
Probably. I'm gonna see if I can't get him to make fucking giant samurai mecha though.
Yes.
Actually, given the culture on Mundastar, that is actually not too far off.
Okay, I mean, Imperial Knights can be pretty much anything, right? They can't all be British themed. There have to be some samurai ones or some shit out there. Maybe even
You'd
cowboys.
think. You'd think.
Okay,
It's
so
a huge galaxy.
Okay. Here's my counter question to you. Knowing every single faction that is on Mundasdara, what kind of culture do you think they would develop?
Cyberpunk 2077, but less shit.
We're not there yet, are we?
Homie, do you know the starting levels of Tau and human tech?
Oh, yeah, forgive me, never mind.
It would be Cyberpunk 2077 if people didn't kill each other in the streets and actually got along.
Impossible
Generally.
fantasy.
So, Cyberpunk if it wasn't dog shit. Sorry, total dog shit.
Deus Ex.
Deus Ex? Yeah, yeah,
Shadowrun.
Shadow.
Shadowrun. Let's go with Shadowrun.
Okay.
Shadowrun, but you can actually afford a house.
Deus Ex? I'm kidding.
I didn't ask for this.
And there's still fresh food in the world.
Oh, damn. Definitely not Deus Ex.
Yeah. Shadowrun, but okay,
It's
is how
alright.
I'm imagining it. Is that what you...
God, could you God, imagine if you set up a Shadowrun game based on the Star. That'd be a thing.
That would be a thing.
It would be one of the things of all time.
Just one of the many cities on Mundistaro.
Look. Just don't go in the basement of Mundistaro.
And tell me what to do.
Like I'm pretty sure those are called caverns.
Look, don't think about it, because the police will probably police brutality you out of the tunnels.
Yes.
Yeah, the cops on Mundistaro are very keen on police brutality.
Yes.
If you don't comply. They will ask nicely first, though. But you know what they say, an armed society is a polite society. And they're not afraid
Yeah.
to drop battle suits into a trailer park.
Yes. Ah, yes, the advanced SWAT team, which consists of knights and battles.
Deserved.
Deserved.
No. Isn't the meme on Mundistara right now is there's a constant, and I mean constant, arms race between the Tau and the fucking Night House.
I
Look,
mean, there's also all the Imperial Guard leftovers who are kinda just... they're living with the fact that there are Xenos on their planet. They're just dealing with it. They're really tired after the Necron campaign. They don't want to fight where it can be helped.
Layla moment.
Gwalem.
Amazing.
So it's mostly
Look.
just, yeah, Gwela. Not a lot of Gwevessa, but a lot of Gwela.
We'll get there.
Look, I like to imagine they're just watching the two groups go at it in a glorified, like, gladiator arena, but for engineers. You know, like the BattleBot or whatever. The TV show where they test robots against each other. It's just that, but upscale to an absurd level.
I will compare Metabots personally, just because they're more humanoid.
That's fair, that's fair. I just like that funny game show because some guy just made like a Beyblade and it was really good because it's
Yeah.
just a Beyblade.
Sometimes the
Beyblade,
simplest
Beyblade,
solution is the greatest.
Yes.
Occam's razor.
Also, just for clarification, why I'm adding a Mechanicus branch, you know why.
Stop
Don't talk.
fucking the toasters!
Well, you're gonna have a night house on planet.
Yeah.
Don't worry, all the smog is being directed back to the space elevator to the dry docks. Specifically the space elevator that goes to the dry docks. They'll build another one for the actual spaceport.
Hmm.
You know,
That's
because
some-
tech priests don't care about air quality.
Why would they need to? They don't have lungs.
Exactly.
Beep boop. What is air?
That's why the atmosphere is now breathable on Mundistaro. They repiped all the sulfuric output of the inner planet and straight into the dry dock instead of actually putting in atmospheric pressurization.
Genius.
You know, because of its inner sun. They just output all the fumes that were making the outer surface toxic and sent it straight up to the dry docks for atmospheric pressurization.
Mhm.
Amazing.
They don't need air. Or breathable air. They just need the
Okay,
atmospheric pressurization.
yeah, I was about to say they don't need air. Are you sure they're still?
Yeah, unfortunately, a large part of a lot of Mechanicus bodies are at least partially still human, so not being in vacuum helps survival,
Mm-mm.
especially when you're building a dry dock.
I think air is good for you.
Let's see. Clan Moors is the one with good camaraderie, right?
Yeah, it's the one that stab each other the least because they have a very loose idea of what family values is.
Alright.
What's a family?
In that case, I shall put the third Rudd research project as
The Hrud research.
Clan
Oh
Moors
yes.
establishment.
Family values, smiley face.
Saying again. How are we gonna reinvent? No, we add guns to it.
Simple as.
They just apply a load of sluggers to it. Actually, probably the easy way to explain it is, Sally, do you know what cartwheels are in fireworks?
Yes.
That, but with guns.
Genius.
That's the next dot car right there. Is they just replace all the wheels with cartwheels. Means they just start exploding as they drive forward. And yes, it is painted the right color for orcs to believe it go fast.
Red.
See, there's two ways to do that. You can either paint it red or just run someone over.
That is true. If you run someone over, it's like a speed bump.
With a speed bump, and also, I got some new red paint, but we didn't paint it. No, I got it. Just runs over a platoon. Oh
And
god.
unlike in real, I'm thinking like Mario Kart speed bumps where they make you go faster.
Oh, you mean the ones in the anti-gravity section where you just like spin around once and then just go forward?
Okay, I'm done with the orc researches.
Okay.
If you'd like to take a read, I took the liberty of adding some more.
Oh, I was watching the entire time, I assure you.
So we have Bigger Gun, Evia Gun, Bigger and Evia Gun. Reinvent the wheel. Arter Armor, Evia Armor, Arter and Evia Armor.
Mega Morka Truck.
And if you research all those, Mega Morka Truck. And then as a separate
Bigger.
research altogether, purple paint.
Purple. Every time they use it, it just disappears.
I mean, look, purple's not a primary color. It takes some doing.
It's also a stealthier color.
Every time the orc paints something with it, they can't find it, and the paint bucket itself keeps disappearing.
So basically, anything they paint with that just gets the vanishing quality from Archaeotech. Amazing. Say, hey boss, where'd you put the tank? Oh no, it should be right. Where is it?
They bump into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just one of them just walks into it. Oh, hey boss, I found it. Oh, it's gone
Like-
again.
It's like that one scene in Megamind with the invisible car.
Yeah.
You mean Mermaid? You mean SpongeBob as well with Mermaid Man?
That is true. It does that.
To the invisible boatmobile.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, Dark. I see what you posted with Create the Purifier Squads. And I want you to know where
Yes.
my mind went for context. Instantly. And now
go
bounce
on.
with me off this idea.
I'll let you do that first.
So I immediately went to XCOM 2 Purifiers.
I was thinking
I was more
Tiberium Wars 3 Purifier.
going Lacane's line of thinking.
Which thing?
Oh my god, you don't know the Purifier.
Wait, no, I just didn't hear what you said.
on.
Tiberium Wars 3.
Oh,
The Black Hand awaits.
The Black Candle. Guidance to the masses.
I have no idea what's just been said.
oh, right. They're Okay, but hear me out for their Gueva auxiliaries to support the battle suits.
discount battlesuit at home, and it's just
So wait,
uh,
so
PDF.
is Savly's character here just fucking Iron Man with all these research things?
These are various researches for various factions. Anyone with a research idea can put it up on the bulletin board.
By the
But
way,
hear me out for
well-
their land troopers for the purifier squads instead of the battlesuit ones.
I mean, if you think about it, the Nova reactor is kind of like Iron Man's reactor, the arc
You mean the one
reactor.
that he has in his chest?
Yeah, but it's in the power suit.
I mean,
Yeah, I was gonna
look,
say, Savly, don't go trying to put that in yourself because it requires you to get blown up by a missile first.
look, you're telling me having a bunch of Guela being supported by battlesuits dripped in that wouldn't be effective for helping out clear the tinier spots of Orc spores? And give all the
What?
Guela on planet more jobs?
you
You're
know,
telling-
Flamers
you
are
know the-
recommended for some loadouts on the Tau battlesuits.
You know,
Also,
okay,
that-
so here's, if I may, the Purifier Squad is actually something that Al was planning on making down the line, and this is mostly to compensate without battle suits.
Oh, in that case, hold on. I have an idea. Let me cook.
Also, Savly, no, I'm not sorry.
Because you got to remember one detail about a lot of our assets right now. We don't have a lot of battle suits, so this is our adapting in that case.
I can't spell that right, but I'm not sorry, Savly.
Okay, so
You were close though.
sorry for the people in the live. Just I sent Zavly something and he sent me a reply that was made me bust out laughing. Zavly, do you mind if I just explain it for context?
Go right ahead.
I basically sent Zavly the bit from one of the Marvel films where Tony's just punching out the Hulk, going, "Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep."
And the Hulkbuster armor.
Yeah. I've not seen many Marvel films, but that's like one of my favorite clips. Just because the Hulk's going mental. So how do we put him to sleep? Just boxing glove him.
That is the best way.
Well, the best way outside of a specific thing that one of the characters have learned, as far as I know. But it's just the best idea. It's just him getting machine gun punched.
I will say you're right, but the entire point of the scene is that that thing does not work in this instance.
No, I know. I know that the entire point of that is because the Hulk's been basically made to go mad.
Yes. Witches and all.
Yeah. So Tony is literally just going, all right, normal things won't work here, so I'm just going to have to go full pelt on him. So he's just trying to beat the piss out of him.
Yeah.
To little effect.
The irony of Banner later using that armor.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that.
I just find it amusing.
Also, note to self to make a possible Ultramarine look in Space Marine at some point, given what we're going to be coming up with here later.
there, what do you
Which,
think
yeah,
about that? What do you think about that?
Or
Just if you choose to you don't have to research the auxilia, but if you want to.
Hmm.
look, I just like the idea of taking those cool little breacher squads that they fucking have and just actually giving them fucking heavy flamers. Tau edition.
Yeah.
Brother,
Yeah.
get the flamer.
Yeah,
The heavy
those will be
flamer.
the purifier squads until the purifier squads get their battle suits. Then you can throw auxilia out of the battle suit. Because some good are greater than others.
Also, if you do that, one of the Tau needs to be named the Tau version of Hans. I will not hear otherwise.
Alright, hang on. Unsu. There you go.
I feel like my joke just went over someone's head.
No, I got both of the jokes is the thing.
Oh no, you're killing her. Joke was too funny.
I think I was gonna say I think we're killing Ren.
So we'll make the Purifier Auxilia have the prerequisite of dedicated anti-orcoid battlesuits. So you can get all your cake and eat it, but if you choose to, you can also give some Gwevessa who want to get rid of orcs some jobs.
Cake.
You know how it is.
Oh, right, yeah, no, technically we still have orcs technically on the planet. Fuck.
I'm honestly unsure about that, because as I recall it, the Necron was resetting the entire biosphere, right?
Not quite due to the warp stone. Or storm.
There.
They couldn't.
Understandable.
Due to Nuffle. Yes, canonically, Nuffle prevented those orc spores from getting off of Mundustaro.
Nuffle. The
Noted.
villainous.
The chaos god of football! American
Oh.
football, handed!
Football!
Football.
Alright, I'm also going to be dealing with doing Space Marine at the same time, so it's going to be fun.
Touch star.
Hello, Thousand Suns. I'm here to punch all of you because I have a power fist.
Because you can't tell me that's not what a bunch of bored ex-guardsmen would do the moment they were told you can go crazy and adapt your weapons however you want. And there's
I
no
believe that's
limits
called...
on invention in the Tau Empire. You can't tell me that's not what they'd immediately do.
No, they would immediately go flamers.
I mean, it's what they've done in the past.
Flame melee weaponry.
Note to self, have Roland test one of those.
The shish kebab from Fallout.
Technically already exists, yeah. They do have a flame sword.
Well, no joke. If you need someone to test them, I know an arch militant that can do it for you.
Yes, but we can make more, Zavli. More.
True.
What if some bored guardsman manages to find a lightning claw from the crusade?
If they find one of those, I'm having it.
Roland is on their way to their location.
And say, what if I made this fire?
Don't tempt me to have the Roland just fucking steal it, because I wanted a lightning claw.
Look, there's a bunch of news waiting for y'all back up Mundustaro.
Which, again, that's gonna be fun, because my character's never been there before.
Oh, I do have one question that I don't think ever came up in session. What? I know that we put away the Mega Armor, but what happened to the Burna?
Oh god, what happened to the... Hey, Zavli, guess what Karkash still has through the power of the Wog Field?
Woohoo!
That makes sense.
Look, you can't part a boy with his favorite gun.
They understand.
I've known boys...
Gork and Mork understand.
I've known boys who went back in time, killed themselves, and took their favorite gun so they could have two.
Yes. Yes, I do as well. Gork and Mork knows you want a rematch against that Yumi. And do you know what they said in response? You's gotta do it with that gun.
Absolutely. Y'all were so lucky you were out of range.
Yep, for 2 turns, too.
Yeah, because you kept trying to do that, but it wasn't getting anywhere.
Y'all were
I swear to
so
God.
lucky y'all were out of range. I know the stats on that thing, and it was
It's-
evil.
It's a flamethrower. That's not surprising.
Yeah.
Now, here's the question: Is he wanting a rematch of Daro, or with the guy who shot him in the face?
You were behind a smoke screen, Lacken. I don't think he saw you.
This is true. This is true. Hopefully, that protects me from him. Just knowing, with the orc bullshit, just knowing you.
I mean, hey, if you want to rule of cool, if he does have a bionic eye, maybe he could see.
I'm sorry.
I think that was too much. I think it was too much for Lacken to understand, so he's just choking.
He could see until he lost his head.
That's true. You did blind him twice.
And then his head came off.
Yeah. Sorry. Am I dying a little? Yeah.
You're dying. I'm still dying over the fact that you hit the one place in his body where that could have killed him or even done serious damage. He would have been fine everywhere else.
But no, it was literally just, no, I'm just going to shoot you in the head.
Yeah.
Look. I saw the big man coming down and I got scared. Put me in a self-defense situation.
The irony of you saying that is that you were the only one there who was not scared.
Yes! Or unconscious!
Well, yes and no. Not scared and also wasn't in a melee situation.
That's true.
I mean, even then, once you broke out of melee,
Or unconscious.
half of you, yeah. Okay, Roland was the only one who was not ever pinned along with Charles.
Saoirse
Everyone
was
else got
pinned
pinned at
alright.
least once. You know?
Yeah, I only didn't get pinned simply because I was, as said, in a melee situation for like half of it.
Yeah. Though Daro did get pinned once they got out of the melee situation, you did not. For you are that resolute.
You're dealing with a death folder. What do you expect?
I expect you to kneel.
No. I deny you that right. Because it is not one.
Yeah, that checks out.
Come on, big guy, let's go.
Where is the inflation kill?
That is the prerequisite for human Titan scale Voidcraft, because Mir talked about it off session a while ago. Like if we had super destroyers.
That's gonna be a plot device only thing, I think, not something we use normally.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 4.
Yeah, that's why I made the prerequisites so ridiculous.
Makes sense.
Because you have to survive an apocalypse for them to get off their ass and start inventing.
Okay, then
The joys of apathy.
Yes, that is the Mechanicus at large. They do not want to develop new things unless their back is against the wall.
You know, with how big the Mechanicum are on stagnancy and not inventing new things, I'm kind of surprised more of them don't fall to Nurgle.
Yeah, that's mostly due to their bionics, actually.
Yeah, harder to get the funny diseases and all.
Yeah, it's hard to get funny diseases when one of your first augmetics is blood that makes you immortal.
Yeah, my left arm is infected, cuts it off, gets a bionic arm.
For real, though. But like the first Mechanicus implant is blood that makes it not matter. That makes you technically that makes you time immortal, but not invincible.
Of course, of course.
Like,
So
you
it
can still
removes
be
aging,
killed.
basically. Yeah, it
Oh
just
no,
removes
you
aging.
still age.
Well,
You just
you just
can't
don't have
die
a
from age.
yeah, you just don't have an end of your lifespan.
For
Indeed.
example, my character's face here on screen, viewers, is technically a 3D printed flesh mask grafted to a mostly augmetic skull. There are still natural parts of the skull, enough for blood to flow and keep the face motioning, which has to be done by prosthetic augmetics underneath the face.
Amazing.
Just like Terminator.
Yep.
Just like Terminator.
Oh, what's the line?
This
You
is
know the one.
because this is the consequences of 1v1ing a world eater.
Understandable.
I'm trying
That
to
and a
remember the
giant
line.
centipede
Oh,
Abby
damn it.
getting even claimed the title of Archmagus.
That bothers me.
What, that a tech priest could 1v1 a world eater?
No, I can't remember the one line from Terminator that's about fucking living tissue.
I understand what you're going for. I remember the scene. I don't remember the precise words.
Oh, here it is. I'm a cybernetic organism, living tissue of a metal endoskeleton.
That's the one.
That was gonna bother me if I didn't look that up. Just when you know what it should be, but your brain's like, I don't know, mate. I don't know.
That's me every day.
Is that just your state of existence?
I'm very bad with names.
What's my
I'll,
name,
log-
then?
I'll get into a video game and I'll just start. People will be like, "Hey, can you help with this boss?" Post their name and like, "Can you just say like the Zappy one or something?" Because that's the only thing I know them as.
So basically, Zab, if you end up talking to me about like most RPG bosses, I'd say the name of it, and you'd be like, huh?
Yeah, like you could say the God Slayers and I'd understand that, but if you say Rob and Bob, I'm like, who the fuck are Rob and Bob?
All right, I need your help with Thor. Who? The guy with the hammer.
Ah, yeah, him. That is essentially how I navigate my video games, yes. I don't associate them with the names, I associate them with what they do.
Hey, do you like what I put for the second?
Oh, what did you do?
Whoop beacons.
Yeah.
I guess gets the okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Basically the idea is, make a plasma turbine go so hot it shines through the warp shortly like a star.
Oh yes, just make a supernova. You can do that.
No, not a supernova, not a supernova. Basically, you'd be boosting the star's presence in the warp, if that makes any sense, by
Kind of, yeah.
inducting a lot of literal sun energy around, and to boost the sun. You'd be putting a generator on. You'd be putting a nuclear reactor on a sun.
And considering the fact that there's a certain faction that can steal
Or,
stars,
sorry, orbiting
Yeah.
a sun.
Yo, dog,
Also,
we heard you liked suns, so we put suns on your sun so you can sun while you sun.
Yeah, that's
That doesn't-
basically the idea.
that's also just making me imagine one thing. It's just literally you do that, and then a load of Drakari go, "I'm gonna have that," since I apparently now know that they can steal some stars. Thanks, Rogue Trader.
So can Catan, it's fine. Everyone wants some of that sun. That sunny
Sun.
D.
I love Sunny D trademark pending.
They want the vitamin D.
Whew. By the way, thank you all for being awesome. I have finished my exam.
Big
Woohoo.
scam.
I have finished my scam. Yes,
All right, Eddie.
I have a jawbreaker now. You guys want to have a take?
No, because I'd rather not lose my teeth.
If I was playing a Crude, I would say yes.
Look at what I posted as the prerequisite for the plasma-based warp beacons.
Oh, I saw.
Yeah, I can see that.
She hasn't bullshit yet.
I'm looking.
She has to have an authentic copy to do it.
Or she has to have enough bullshit code to pile together a fake authentic copy.
Ah, yes, of course. The spoofed SDCs.
You would be surprised how many STCs are spoofed. It's like 90%, my dude.
Oh yeah, I totally found this. Yeah.
No, I found this like yesterday. It was on my desk. It was weird.
All hail the old Messiah.
Look, you just bury it under some dirt for 50 years so it gets that worn down ancient tome look.
And remember where you buried it.
Yes. Bury it
And
under a hive world. Come back, raise down the entire underhive, raise down that entire hive to recover it.
I mean, hey, with how many Mechanicum have Total Recall, I don't think they're forgetting where they buried it.
As long as they file
It's
it
an
under
implant.
important things and not miscellaneous crap.
Implant.
Yeah, it's actually one of the implants I store in this well, the other remains of my skull, I should say.
Mhm.
Now ain't
Research
that
for the
morbid?
Wait,
Yes.
hey, research for the peasants?
It
That's
also
fair.
functions as a translator from Lingua Technis to Low Gothic.
Uh-huh.
You know, my vocal cords don't do Gothic anymore. They're not built for it.
They're just built different.
I have them built for Gothic, but they can't do like all the sounds in Low Gothic, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You're very posh then.
Uh, no, it basically means my vocal cords are built for speaking Latin. Quite literally. This is mostly because an Archmagus doesn't really interact with anyone but high society.
Yeah, they don't interact with what they would call the layman's.
Like, the most layperson an Archmagus is going to interact with is a planetary governor.
Research is for. I wish I could.
Unless things are extremely bad.
Yes.
I wish I could. I wish she gave me editing privilege so I can change the fonts
You can
for researches
request
for peasants.
editing privilege.
Oh yeah,
I already did.
I already
I am
did.
deliberately not because I don't trust myself right now. Where the hell did his leg go? Sorry,
That's normal.
I just destroyed a fucking 1,000 Suns. I'm playing Space Marine at the same time, and one of the leg pieces just went into the sky.
Ah
It's
yes,
going on an adventure.
the Oblivion spellcrafting project, where Sersha makes the touch spell, rend balls, and it just instantly kills you. Wraith Eagle familiar.
Bird.
Bird.
I believe I can fly.
But do
Burp.
you believe you can touch the sky?
That's scary.
That's part of belief, isn't it?
Look. Any Eldari quote-unquote research is instead called a spellcraft project and has to be for an individual Eldar. Agreed?
So
Yeah.
basically, if I want to end up making some fancier armor for Kalmus, he has to do it himself. Got it.
Or he has to yell at Sersha.
I mean, I have a high enough charm. I could probably do that.
Right, let me also give the Calmus, wait. I have a better, fucking, font than Lobster.
Oh god.
Then lobster.
Pacifico.
Mm-mm. Where's my... Where is my... There's my folder.
You know what? You have, Sears on your ship.
I have at least the one that helps me steer the ship through the webway.
Yeah, so look, Calmus's crew spellcraft project. You can order that one around to make you better armor.
Okay.
I figured it out.
Amazing.
Let's
Wait,
see. Now go back to
Might not be
Aaron.
like better armor per se. I'll figure out the rest of that on my own.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
God damn it, Doc.
Okay.
Torture. I
What?
barely know her.
Love the be in brackets there, Dark. Really?
No, I put that there in brackets.
Oh, well, no, that makes sense. Also, no, Dark, you're not having any of that research on my ship. No. Bad.
Related only.
I can't believe y'all blew up my ship.
Torture related only unless the situation changes.
Yeah, that tracks. But yeah, no, you're not doing any of that on my ship. This is my boat, not yours.
Uh,
I forgot if I did. That's an anyway.
since y'all have already unlocked location, the dockyard, though you haven't been to the dockyard yet, but you now do own it, and Saoirse's old ship is in it.
Mm-mm. I will park mine next to yours. Hopefully, no one notices.
Rest in peace, the
Mine's-
hill.
Mine's also probably going to be there at some point.
Look, I'm sure we can put the hill back together.
Just
Probably.
like Humpty Dumpty.
Just like Humpty Dumpty. You know, I heard he sat on a wall one time.
And honestly, whatever happens next is his fault for being an egg on a wall.
Exactly. If he
His
was
time
responsible.
as an egg went smashingly.
True.
True. Oh, that's a lot of worms.
Come on, big fella. You need to walk forward.
But
Use
yeah,
your legs.
yeah. Because you know he'd want to figure that one out. You know he'd want to figure that one out.
As soon as he sees him, yeah, probably.
Also, keep in
Yeah.
mind, Dark, these have to be done individually. Because Dark Eldar don't work well together on stuff
Yes.
like this.
Oh, absolutely.
They all want yours and in exchange Mumsy's approval.
There we go.
uh, carrot cans. I don't actually have his name. I'm sorry, Dark. It's just in my brain as carrot cans.
You did that to yourself.
Yeah.
So he has really good eyesight, is what I'm hearing.
Look, we also have clam mass and circles.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
What other fucked up things can I think up?
I am punching things.
I like thinking things. Oh, I just realized that the game might be loud. Let me lower it down. There.
Hey, Terminator. Hello.
Can't believe that Big Man Park killed me from beyond the grave.
Do you like what I did? Do you like what I did? So Lacane can still do Necron researches. Dark.
Sure, go.
These are course topics. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, you can't do this to me.
Like, I think they just did.
I can't believe they're making me talk to the Necron nobility.
Yeah,
Can't believe you're
everything
making
has to
my life.
go. Everything has to go through me, through nobility
Me,
with Necron stuff. Also,
To
what
be
do you
fair, you
think
do have this.
about that font, Dark?
That checks out. Honestly, that's just me.
boner, spider venom.
Boner spider venom.
Boner, spider venom. Not just any spider venom. The boner spider.
Thankfully,
There's
that's not the one who got Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Thankfully.
Just eh.
I love stealing. Taking things.
Put that there. Fly. Actually, jump back. Yeah.
Hold on, I should make that.
That's another relic. Don't do that right now.
Hey, Zavli, scroll to the bottom.
Oh, I'm looking.
What did you do?
A
Grok
magic
shit.
tech.
Magitech efforts.
Fun.
Yes, we will now
Duck
create.
is fucking off on one. He's in shit poster mode. He's inspired and he's going for it.
Grok shit for the posts.
It's very essential. I heard it's it adds to the style, you know.
Oh, that's a okay. That I was not expecting him there. Why is he here now?
Are you gonna?
Can all of you go away? I'm dealing with the big boss right now.
Do you
The
have
guys in game, no.
like in-game chat on?
No, it's more. I'm playing on my own, but it's also I'm dealing with a hell brute that's just decided to spawn in front of me.
He's speaking to his ancestors for guidance.
I normally talk to myself whilst I'm playing games. It's weird.
It's fine.
Okay.
The lumbago. It's claiming me. I'm sorry, guys.
You have the natural instincts of a VTuber.
Yes.
Just talk to yourself while gaming.
Look, when we do it, it grants arcane insight because we're talking to the viewer. TM.
It's also just a habit.
That's
Chat,
fair.
is this real?
Chat, is this real? I love stealing.
Alright, you can stop screaming now, you giant walking tank. I'm gonna rip your head off. Come here.
I can't believe he's gonna murder a hell brute. He didn't do nothing. He was an innocent brute. I think. I don't know. Don't quote me on it.
No, he was corrupted by chaos, so I had to deal with him. He was also in my way.
That's what they all say.
I mean, look, they're not called heaven brutes.
Exactly.
He was in my way, and I had to get past him, so I had to use this fist that has been put on my hand to beat him to death.
Ah. Beating people with your fists.
I love the power fist. What can I say?
My brain just shut down. I'm trying to contemplate.
Biggest mistake of my life.
Out of
See
the-
if I can.
Wait,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you
That's
go.
rambling myself. You can ignore me.
One frozen
Oh.
yogurt.
Singular.
An elder holding really dark.
Okay, that one won't be too hard to get. Just sneak into Saoirse's room.
Doc, are you in full shit poster mode?
Yes!
I mean, look,
To
he
be
wants to
fair,
know.
that's like half of his normal existence. I don't know why I'm even asking.
Look, he wants to know if you want to know why he has these scars.
Why did you put fried twice?
Yes.
It's a reference.
It's a reference.
Okay, I don't get it.
It amazes me it goes past you. You would get, of all people, would get this.
Yeah, I thought you'd get that one.
What is it?
Explain, Dark.
Hey, my name is Fred Burger.
Okay, now that you clarify it, that makes sense. That's a name normally, not a food. Plus, I've not thought of him in like how fucking long now. Jesus. I'm sorry, I just need to get my mojo flowing.
I thought you'd know
Gotta get
that
the-
one, Thunder.
Well, no, again, I know that's the character, not a food item. I've also not thought of him in like years. So, although, Doug, if that makes me feel old, you must feel ancient having written that down. Fucking old man.
Made it worse.
A chili con carne.
Although now I'm thinking of that one episode where they end up like having number 3 just there. God damn it, Doug. That also explains the frozen yogurt as well.
Lacanay, are these all the court topics you wanted?
Let me look.
You were talking about with Charles's ideas?
Yes. Sorry, I was looking at the car cash list.
Also,
Cryotons. Yes.
also, Doug, if you're doing that, one of them needs to be an advanced scythe that floats after you. Please tell me you know what I mean when I say that.
Yes. Yes, it's actually
I did it in order of how the topics would have to be brought up in court.
Yeah.
So I made it like an actual court scroll for that.
Mhm.
That was the
Mm,
idea, at least.
At least they don't make us have to do it alphabetically. They're not that asinine.
Who's
Well,
that a
no, you
reference
can't
to?
broach one of the previous topic. You can't broach the next topic till you've completed the previous. Because it
Doc,
requires the
who's that-
previous.
Who is the tower reference to?
Number 3.
Oh, right. Also, one of them needs to be Horror's hand.
Alright, fine, I'll do one reference.
One. Right.
Grok
tree.
shit for the posts. You know, I know that means shit posting. But I'm imagining Kirazan just placing shit where guards normally stand around the void ship just to make guards step in shit.
I
Do you want
can't
me to type
believe
it?
As one of those
No, no, no.
extremely petty type of tortures.
That's literally half of his entire existence, so that's not a surprise.
Good
Also,
moment.
do I need to explain how Horror's hand works to you?
No. Trust me on this one.
One auto quill and a victim.
He's making reference to that volume. That doesn't surprise me.
Chili con carne. Ah, yes, of
Don't you
course.
mean half? Don't you mean like 1%, like 5% of the administratum with one auto quill and a victim?
One chili con carne.
A stereo.
That is not the reference I was
10-year-old
making, but alright, sure.
child.
Scaredio. That's that one song. No, the thing I was thinking of was more a glove that is terrifying to whoever beholds it. And it's
Ah, yes.
left-handed.
The
Drugs.
orb of beholding.
Me when I see someone who's left-handed.
Well, no. The actual reference there is Horror's hand. A Big Boogie Adventure specifically.
Since this is more like a shopping list.
It basically is.
We were.
Which, again, that's not happening on my ship. That's happening back in Comora. I'm just going to tell you that now.
Some of these might be able to happen on the limit incident. I mean, he could absolutely steal that fan fiction if he were to go on to the limit incident and be able to breach the navigator's sanctum.
Oh, god damn it.
That one's realistic.
I know, but I know exactly what he's referencing with that.
I do too.
Dracula don't suck, scrape, and lick.
Scrape and I can't believe you made me remember. Remember a powerful character, a real champion, if you may.
Honestly, the main reason why I even remember that quote is just because it starts with Dracula don't suck.
You do that fucking vampire bat strategy of scrape and lick.
Oh no, again, it's just like the only reason I remember it is just the first 3 words.
I know. I love the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. Totally grim. Totally nice shitpost of a show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alright, let's charge your battery.
Look what I just added to the Tau research.
Multi-hued Kroot.
Yes, Kroot in every color.
Ah, yes, of course, of course.
Of course, very, very essential, you know?
You gotta catch them all, after all.
Yeah, exactly.
Dark, really? Hosteligate? Actually, no, Dark, you need to add one thing in brackets for that.
What's that?
I'm gonna DM it to you. Right, there you are.
Do you think?
You think I'm gonna take this shit seriously with carrot cat?
No, I'm not. That's why I'm doing this. No, I'm not sorry.
What if you do take it seriously, but all serious?
Like, hopefully you do get the reference, Dark.
Don't. That's the funny thing. I don't.
It's the one scene with Hoss where he's like, no one's born cool except for, then he pulls the thing down in his car.
God.
I'm surprised that I know a
Valia's
reference you
face
don't.
mask.
Yeah, also, Ren, if you're wondering what I just sent Dark the quote of Hoss where he's like, no one's born cool except for, and then he pulls down whatever the thing on top of the car is it's called that you put down.
Hold on. You've inspired me, Dark. I'm sorry. I'm going to add one.
Dark, what have you done? I'm scared. I think this is both a little bit.
That Inquisitor's hat.
Yes. Yes. There's a very specific Inquisitor with a very specific hat that would be very funny if it got stolen.
Yes. Yes, it would.
Actually, Dark, I think I know on a mildly more serious one that would also fit a Dark Eldar.
Because it would
What's
just be
that?
extremely petty and he'd want it back.
I know, but I'm talking about something else if you want to do it like one final Grim Adventure Billy and Mandy reference.
Yes.
A certain spider.
Nah, that's too easy. That's too easy.
You sure? Because I'm pretty sure they would just be terrified of spiders.
No, I got a good one.
Oh god.
There we go.
What's that? How is that a reference?
Did you forget about him?
Uh,
You have to like refresh my memory because it's been a while. I feel like you're looking for it right now.
Nurgle. You know, Nurgle from fucking Grim Adventures. Did you forget about him?
Oh right, the annoying kid.
And the death.
Oh right, him. Fucking basically Billy's uncle, right?
Yes.
I'm just doing some font correction. I'm just doing some formatting here.
Of course, of course.
Me, when I see the
I
chance to
see.
start formatting, I'm formatting.
Oh god, I'm gonna format.
Would you believe
I'm
me if
also
I
gonna
said
be.
that was the sole reason I requested edit access?
By the way, Duck, you
I
have to forgive me
believe
if I'm
you.
a bit slow on that. It's both because I'm playing a game and I was expecting to be in something else with this, not the just coming up with a ton of research projects.
You should have editing privileges, I believe.
You may just have to reload the
Uh,
page.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh yes, I do have editing privilege. Hooray!
Yeah, I'm gonna leave editing to the other people right now because I can't really think of much for that right now.
That's
Also, I'm
fair.
dealing with I'm dealing with a sorcerer, so I'm just gonna put a melter here. And boop. Now, who's sniping me?
Sorry, that was me. I got scared. You know, you're just too intimidating, man.
Sniper? I barely know her.
Stab.
Why Sab? I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy.
Oh, I need to flip that right.
Dark, check the top of your list.
Shopping list.
Yeah, there we go. That's way better.
Right, Doug. Actually, do you know what? Do you know why he's going out shopping for all these things?
Dental razor wire.
Well, the reason why he's shopping for all this stuff is because Mumsy told him to, and he can't refuse Mumsy now, can he?
Hey, can't refuse mums.
He's a mama's boy.
It was very smart of him to get the needles before he gets the needle gun. I understand.
Yes.
Also, hi, Joker.
So, hello, Ellison.
Oh,
Ah.
Hang on. There's one last thing. Perfect.
More drugs!
All of them.
Alright, I'm gonna make a song reference here, but I want to add something to Karazhan's list if you will allow it.
Please.
To quote Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny, every single Power Ranger. Except this one's just way pettier.
Just like me.
Okay, fine. I'll double down.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Actually, no. Also, just because of what you put there, Ren, I'm just gonna make one very odd reference. Barnacles, I hate the pill.
Let's see. Just put this where?
Or Mr. Krabs.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
time for the pill. Barnacles, I hate the pill.
Takes out a comically large pill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That scene is ingrained in my memory for some reason.
Good.
We're just shitposting.
At this point, yeah.
Researched up.
That's basically that's why I've not said much because I was expecting something else, not just a ton of shitposting. So I'm just letting you do that first.
Yeah, you gotta get out the system first, you know? Or else it'll be a shock.
It's there's also the fact that I'm literally dealing with a pair of chronic shitposters. So
Yeah.
5 Vat born with attitude.
why a chaos sorcerer stuck inside a jar?
It's a Mighty Morphing reference.
A what?
It's a Power Rangers reference.
Oh, okay, that explains why I don't know it. Then I didn't watch Power Rangers. I'm also right at the end of a Space Marine mission, so
Basically, Mighty Morphing Power Rangers, there was an ancient sorceress that got out of a jar after 1,000 years, and so they needed 5 teenagers with attitude.
oh right.
Yes. Because normal stories are written like this, and you shouldn't think at all about it.
Alright, what was your thing?
Well, no, it was the thing you got me in here for in the first place, Ren. But I wanted to let you have fun with research first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm still kind of concentrating on finishing Space Marine, so give me a minute.
Okay, one serious thing.
Come on, keep going up.
So serious.
Oh, God.
All right, that's plugged in. Right, charging time.
Yes. Yes, Ran.
There, I added in your British.
British.
Uh,
Yeah, I think even the shopping list is pretty good. It's fine. Yeah, it's enough.
yeah.
I am
Come
not
on,
sorry, by the way.
charge your thing.
Do you guys think
the inevitable.
Alright, almost ready to send this thing flying.
Sometimes I do.
The Carrion Lord's Throne.
Yes. It's capitalists.
Alright, let's send this thing flying.
I'm gonna
I
narrative
should
deck.
die.
I'm gonna narrative deck something for the Cyber Commandos.
I'm basing it off Katachan Cyber Commandos from 50K, I want you to know. The 50K fanfic.
Yes. It's when the you see when a Mechanicus
But what
and a
did you want to
Catachan.
suggest?
But it's not suggesting it was the other thing, Ren.
Or
Again, I didn't want to
Blood
interrupt you guys.
Dragon.
I didn't want to interrupt you guys having fun with the research stuff.
Yeah. Just this one last thing. But what were you gonna say, Dark?
If they take the augmentations, they become 80s action stars and are very, very resembling the cyborgs from fucking Far Cry Blood Dragon.
Yes.
So what you're telling
Absolutely.
me is Katachans.
Have you ever played Blood Dragon?
I have. But also, that's the basis I could think of.
Fair.
That was the best
Also,
basis I could think.
Also, I will now point and call you a nerd. Ignore the fact that I'm basically on that list next to the Necron tab. I think
Anyways, we need to
people.
get back to other family trees.
Yeah,
Add sub-tab.
and some tab.
That thing's gone from like 0 to 3 pages within the course of like an hour for the research stuff.
Yes.
Oh wait, I forgot. I can add notes, can't I?
Well, the first one that's going to go in there for the family tree is going to probably be Darrow, since he fucked an Arthurian kid.
No. It specifically says other family trees.
Okay, fair.
Because all of his stuff is in tab 1.
Yeah.
Oh, I still don't have access. Oh, that's fine. This is scan. God, that's so funny.
Yeah, I can do the honest later. Bye with you.
Oh. Six, nine.
Nobility is such a funny word to spell.
Yeah.
Nobility is a funny word.
Anyways, human crew, players, Roland, we're talking about your Space Marine character kid idea.
Which is probably going to be something the dog's going to have to process.
This man had a kid?
This man had a kid.
It's mad
Right.
at a kid.
Well, okay. So the context for this, for the people who weren't here at the start, is basically me wanting to see if originally Roland could become a spaceman himself to honor Stubbs. The answer was no, because he's already too old for that. So Ren then threw out the idea of, well, what if you had a kid?
I mean, you couldn't be a normal Space Marine, but you could be a Chaos Marine still.
No.
No, there is technically a route he could go. He could become a pseudo Astartes, which is a thing.
It is a thing, but that's lost tech. As far as I'm aware.
Unless you interact with very specific factions,
Which
Yes.
there are around.
that was part of why I asked about the Space Marine chapter that Stubbs was, by the way, Doc.
I figured.
But it'll probably be his kid. Like, just to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm also just trying to wrap my head around the fact that Roland has enough respect from the Space Marines that they just go, alright, if we see his kid, take the kid with us. Why? We're going to make him a Space Marine. But it's just one death welder. Have you seen what he has survived?
That kid got genes that we need. He must give
They
him
hear
this.
about what Roland's done. They take his kid for Astartes training.
That is a sentence as well. Just, alright, so we're going to take your kid. Why? Because he's Prime Space Marine. What?
Hello, Lord Snitchit.
What did you just say to...
Oh no, just
Yeah.
a goober.
Hello, Lord Snickage.
My brain immediately thought of Harry Potter when you said snitch. That's why I was like, what?
Ah yes, Lord of the Golden Snitch. How could I forget?
Also, hello, Rapid, and hello, Kami. I forgot to say at start. But yes, so in other words, I'm gonna have to bust out Stars of Inequity.
Stars and
Oh boy.
Well, that, and probably we're also going to have to get out Death Watch if we're making a Space Marine. Which, Doug, do you want to hit the other part which Ren suggested that caught me off guard?
Ooh.
The kid possibly being in a Primus as well. Like, Space Marine's one thing. Primus, which is basically Space Marine Plus, is an oh god.
I mean, most new gene seed that's getting pumped out is Primaris gene seed is the thing.
I know, but aren't Primaris basically like Space Marine Plus?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus, alright.
But by the time this character becomes playable, that won't be
Yeah,
too
Roland-
overpowered for this party.
There's also the fact that Roland himself will be dead.
Yeah.
Outside of hit the thing with his sword, anyway, if that goes through.
Oh, that'll go through.
Well, it's a good
Well,
thing I'm
that
not
was-
using. Good thing I'm not actively using the sword right now.
I mean, when it comes to the Primaris character, it would probably be a case of he's an NPC, just point him in a direction and you'll go fuck it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless I'm out of a character by that point.
You'll have
Or Cal's
Calmus in all likelihood.
yeah.
However, it would make for an interesting plot point, and just to have a token Astartes on the ship after the Salamanders inevitably rejoin their company.
Why is this one Space Marine just on the ship most of the time? Because his father was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just became a Black Shield. Which
Well, it's
is
either
a
a
thing.
Black Shield, or either a. Well, yeah, I suppose that's the term. Although the chapter in
Shields are
question,
very
Dark, is going to
specific.
be either he's going to be Ultramarines probably for two reasons. One, Stubbs. Two, what's one faction that Roland hates that he'd get along well with the Space Marines for?
Here's the problem, right? With the whole going all the way for the Ultramarines. You'd have to get a hold of some gene seed, is the key
Some of
here.
that means.
Well, it was either that, or I think Ren did suggest a successor. Can't
There
speak.
yeah, that is why I suggested a certain successor.
Okay, which one?
The Blood Ravens.
I can't believe you all keep talking about seed.
Alright, I need to look at this now.
They're totally not scions of Magnus.
Alright, which book would that be in, Doug, for Look at the Blood Ravens?
What are the chapter question mark? I don't remember.
Did I forget? Yes.
I think it's in a book I don't have on hand, actually.
I'll check, because I have like 4 of them.
I'll get some of the books on hand later.
Go away. Yeah, Blood Ravens is on another chapter. I've got it here. The Blood Ravens is actually unknown as at least going in here.
Which one?
The Blood Ravens.
Is it what
Founding-
book is in it?
Another chapter. Founding unknown, chapter unknown. I'm not going to try and say that. Gene seed unknown, predecessor unknown.
Yep. Though in reality, it's all but confirmed the gene seed is Magnus the Red.
Okay.
And
The
second
primary?
founding.
The only problem with me with having them as the one here is me being the way I am. He'd probably sort of be a melee character, and Blood Ravens are all about laws.
That's actually not true. Or
Cool.
they do have melee specialists that are really damn good at being melee specialists.
Mm-mm.
Okay, there is foreknowledge here.
Most Blood Ravens just have foresight, just straight up.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. You also have the potential to awaken as a psyker. Just like straight up.
Why don't you just do the funny space crack?
Meaning, if you want to make a melee librarian for the Astartes that hangs around the ship, you absolutely can.
So, Doc, I need your help with that. I jest.
Or do you?
No, I do.
I know. Being
Mostly because of
silly.
a character that Doc asked me to help to sort of give a once over on. Although, if I had the choice that I was going to pick for what he would be, it would probably be a Storm Warden.
But their homeworld is fleet-based, for what it's worth.
Ah, okay, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, and Gene Seed is Magnus. Founding is second. Relationship with homeworld is enemy,
Amazing.
Yes,
obviously.
I would hope so.
They're traitor loyalists.
Oh, fun.
I would hope so because there'll be a lot of questions if they weren't.
And they've teamed up with Eldari against Chaos on multiple occasions.
That would make him being on an Eldari influenced ship a lot easier.
Oh, sorry.
And they're all about theft.
Yeah, no, I've heard the memes of Blood Ravens just stealing crap.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in Dawn of War 2, there was a multiplayer like arena survival mode. And all the Space Marine upgrades were different things that were gifted to the Blood Ravens chapter,
Amazing.
including custodian armor.
How the fuck did they steal custodian armor?
They just did.
There's a custodian out there who has like the hand-me-down armor and is wondering who the fuck stole it.
During the
I mean,
Primaris delivery, they took it back.
look, I'll be extremely impressed if they steal the Dreadnought's armor.
Yeah. I
They'll
remember
find a way.
I remember this funny story of them kidnapping a fucking space wolf. Dreadnought.
Look, there was only one gift they never wanted to accept, and it was the Primaris. But then they saw their Primaris go and start stealing shit, and they were like, hell yeah.
Yes.
So I want to
They,
be clear here. I'm not saying steal the Dreadnought, just the armor of the Dreadnought.
yeah, they'd find a
Just
way.
just leave him on the floor.
Yes.
There's a
Amazing.
rumor that they stole a Space Wolf dreadnought.
Oh.
Alright then.
Look. Man was sad, you know. We gotta take him somewhere nice.
He
Like,
got so
This was
tired of the wolf shit that when he got woken up on the with the blood ravens painting him, he was like, "Where am I? Where's my chapter?" And when he found out he wasn't around wolves and the blood ravens weren't super big on ravens, he was like, "Okay, cool, I'm in."
sounds about right.
paints me better and it'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll join your. We'll totally say I'm part of your chapter.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So. We now know your founding chapter.
That is assuming that we do go with Blood Ravens, which is an interesting choice.
That would be the most likely here,
Yeah, it's fair.
in all honesty.
It'll be the easiest one. Although I can tell you which type. If we're going with Deathwatch classes, I can tell you which type of Marine it'd be just because of who his father was.
You could, in
Oh, yeah.
theory. You could, in theory, also technically get a Salamander Gene Seed if you play your cards right.
That I'm mostly gonna put down to if he impresses them enough.
There's.
Like
We're on the path for that.
well, no, that's not just like that's more Daro and the entire
Yes.
dynasty at
The
large,
Dread
not
Knight.
the what this one guy just beating the shit out of people.
It's also a matter of genetic compatibility.
Yeah.
You
Although
did also survive an orc, Wah, so that's something for the salamanders.
Yeah.
Although there is one more complication that might end. Well, not so much complication, but thing that might throw a monkey wrench into certain parts of this. The fact that Roland is 900 years out of time.
Hmm.
But it's in the fridge, so his genetics would be good.
Well, no, his body's still fine. It's just I don't know if that would fuck up any compatibility because the time gap.
I mean, given how old some Space Marines are, I don't think it'll be a problem.
That's also
Yeah.
fair.
The only reason the Space Marine life expectancy is about 1,000 is because a lot of them die young.
Yeah, I know about the thing where they just they get fucking
the right.
for long years of service.
Like, there's no reason they can't live 10,000 years.
I know that's one of the
If they make
talents
good use of their, like, hibernation thing.
Yeah, that is, if I correct, one of the talents for just in Deathwatch is literally just you know a lot from the ancients because you were partly there. So, which I believe is actually wisdom of the ancients. So,
if Warhammer 40,000 is so great, why don't we have Warhammer 40,001?
Exactly.
Salamanders are in here as well. They're in the first founding.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would again need Roland himself to do some heavy lifting of impressing them first.
It would also put a dent in the Lowlander thing that we were talking about.
Oh, because they'd be crafting it instead, or
No. Uh, Salamander relations with Eldar aren't the best,
Ah, right.
to say the least.
Okay, I'm
As
guessing that's
in,
putting it
you would
nice.
need Vulcan himself telling them not to kill one, and that would be like pulling teeth from the guy.
Yes.
Okay. I'm guessing it's already a push that the salamanders here aren't doing that.
Saoirse's been hiding
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
and running. She can outrun them.
Though to be fair, salamander advances would be really funny because they have Dark. Careful where you put your guy on the ship because one of the salamander advances is hatred Dark Eldar. So
Yeah.
yeah, don't let them see the brother.
I mean, let's be honest here. Who in this universe does not have hatred Dark Eldar?
The salamanders,
As a,
especially. Nocturne used to be under raid by them, and it's Vulcan's fiery hatred of Dark
fair.
Eldar.
Okay, but again, if I get to pick like the Death Watch class that ends up being Assault Marine, just flat out.
Mhm.
Uh,
Understandable.
Given how Roland himself fights, if that gets passed down
yeah.
to his kid, then
Alright, let me see. Space Marines.
go
Uh,
a fair few options. And I'm also going off of this based off of like the advances they get, so not super low friendly, but that's how I tend to do things.
You need assistance in doing stuff for Space Marine character creation because I've been learning a lot of that over the months.
Well, no, I know that bit, Doc. It's just coming up with the chapter that would make the most sense for him.
Just what's available, my friend. That's really all you can do.
True.
I mean, if you want to be extra technical, you could do the funny way and be like, I'm gonna get a black gene seed from the black market. It could be fucking anything.
No, King, no, I'm not risking that. That means he's got as much chance of being a freaking traitor as Astartes, which fuck off.
uh, I mean, Black Shield is already half a step into Renegade.
Are you familiar how black shields are made red? Because that's not exactly how they're made. How they come to be.
I am high, so no. I will admit that. I'm not very well versed on Space Marine lore. I know they exist.
They're basically Marines that have shamed their chapter, so they take on the black as penance until
I
they're either
believe,
redeemed or accepted back.
yeah, I believe Titus was a Black Shield for a while, wasn't he?
Correct.
Because that's part of why he was in the Death Watch.
But I thought during the Great Crusade, a lot of Marines would choose to become Black Shields.
Nope.
I could have sworn that was a thing during
Well,
Heresy era.
there were some, yes, but not all of them.
But that does mean it could still be possible.
Yeah, but the general premise of a black shield is all about more these days about their chapters and shit.
Fair enough.
Like even if we were to account Charles's database of knowledge, even he wouldn't have that information.
Well, yeah, he was asleep then.
Yes.
Uh,
That was E. That was
alright.
EP.
It's all good, my friend. It's all good. I'm not well versed on Space Marine lore.
It's okay.
E. Pat,
Yeah,
pat, it's okay.
I'm trying to figure out what would like make the most sense both being able to feasibly able to get it, and what would fit for the kid of a Death Worlder who literally is just becoming Doom Guy. Or Doom
Well, I
Slayer.
will let you take Assault Marine.
Assault Marine.
That's not a chapter, thankfully. That's a class.
Yeah, I'll let you just take it.
Which effectively what that is effectively a Space Marine that just knows how to use a jump pack and tends to charge at things.
Wait. I know something. Since these are technically Deathwatch characters. No, that would probably not be a good idea.
What?
I just remembered what Deathwatch Psycho Indoctrination involved.
Yes.
And I am not going to complete that statement as a result.
Understandable.
For the
Okay,
sake of
then.
the fellow Xenos player in the room.
Hi.
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 Oh, hello there.
Yeah, I'd absolutely let you take Assault Marine advances.
That's basically the class he would be, air quotes, playing, more or less.
Yeah. I see no reason why not.
Especially because he would be here, like, long after everyone else, so...
Plus, if I'm correct, you add these on to your rank, right?
The way
Correct.
that... Well, yeah, the way that it works in Deathwatch is the class, Assault Marine, is what would be there standing for Arch-Militant for me, and then the other stuff like the chapter, Deathwatch Marine, and so on is added as well.
Yeah. It adds together.
Yeah, so...
It's
what do you
like
have?
putting Legos together with their
Yeah,
advances.
so what he would have access to generally is his chapter and Assault Marine. Deathwatch is an if, given...
No,
That'll
he'll have
depend on if he
access to General Marine instead.
Okay.
But you will have Assault Marine.
Yeah, I can work with that.
And your chapter-specific things.
That's part of why I'm like a little with Blood Ravens, because a lot of theirs is literally just, okay, you have all of these laws, which is good, but I don't think that would really sort of line up with a guy who's less about learning about things and more, alright, can I kill it? Cool.
Well, okay, the thing you gotta think about in this scenario is what GNC can you reliably get your hands on?
I know, that's
Because
the other part.
Yeah. And currently there are 3 chapters in sectors. There may be stragglers of a few more in a coming event that might have a moment, but I doubt you'd really meet them, so to speak, and they wouldn't have a rapport with the dynasty.
Yeah.
So, realistically, unless you want to homebrew a successor chapter that's just headed out this way for some reason, or headed out
That's
towards the
kind of-
Ghoul Stars,
Yeah, it could be an option.
Blood Raven would be the answer. Unless you want Marine's Malevolent.
What is that?
who doesn't know?
I know about the Marine's Malevolent.
Tell him.
The Marines Malevolent are the worst. They are petty assholes to the extreme.
They just want
As
to be.
in, they specifically that instead of ignoring calls for backup when they can't provide backup, they make sure to specifically let their allies know that they are listening and they just don't want to.
Yeah.
They also do
Maybe.
sustained bombing raids on children's hospitals for funsies.
It's very
Okay,
important.
right. Yeah, no, because this house militant might be many things. A bastard is not like that. Is not one of them.
Oh, Ren. I just remembered something.
Yeah,
Remember on Armageddon?
I do.
Do you remember what specific chapter the Marines Malevolent royally pissed off?
Why do you think I put both of them in the sector?
Oh, Ren, I am tired.
I had you
Well, you're
fooled this
half.
entire time. You did.
No, I'm just a goofy goober. Everyone knows this.
You're a shit poster. What else is new?
Wahahaha. It was shrouded in secrecy until now, but yes, no, I intentionally did that because I do remember on Armageddon.
That is a great name. There is technically rules for making a successor chapter. Well, just creating a successor chapter character. Never mind, ignore me. I'm full of shit.
There would be a successor chapter of the Iron. They are loyalist successors of the Iron Warriors. That should be all you need to know.
I'd rather not have him be a petty little shit. That was the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I'm just gonna say for the funny. Thunder, I want him to be an Ultramarine successor. Is on the side of the galaxy where they're not fucking present. Well, all the
Yeah.
that.
I'm joking.
Don't make
It's
me come down
okay.
and
It's
fight you.
okay. Yeah, we're kind of on the wrong side of the Great Rift for Ultramarines. I'm sorry to say.
That's fine.
You could look. You can be a necromer.
No.
Yeah.
Don't
I
give me
mean,
the
look, if
death
someone
blow.
comes up to me and says, "Hey, you can join the Ultramarines," I'm taking out my gun.
Look, if Trace in the Infinite can accidentally Space Marine impersonation, so can I.
No.
It's probably illegal. Very illegal, actually.
I mean,
But we
hey,
don't
while you're
talk
dealing
about
with them, get me some of those Krork spores while you're at it.
So when you have a moment,
Of course.
Thunder, I'm gonna need you to log into the Roll20
Oh, alright.
because there are two things we need. There's some stuff we need to determine
I love dice.
to just help flesh out this character a little. It's just one thing. It's just one little thing.
Alright. Well, we're not doing stats until we figure out which chapter it goes for, but
Oh,
okay.
this has nothing to do with stats. 106 of Stars of Inequity.
Alright, I have access to that thanks to Docs. Let me just pull it up.
There's one table I need you to roll, and it's on page 108.
Okay. Right, let me have a look at this before I roll it, just so I see what I'm working with. Which one are we looking at?
The consequences of nepotism.
Yes.
Okay. So basically a D100.
Yes.
Yes.
Alright. 56.
56.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Ah, he's a glory hound.
Well, considering who his father was.
Yeah, no, it tracks. Sorry, the
performing an act-
consequences of nepotism are him becoming a glory hound.
Who? The kid or
The kid.
that tracks? After performing an act of unbridled heroism in the God Emperor's name, the dynasty member has shown that he is something of a crusader spirit. He may not always think before he acts, but more often than not, he has fought against the odds and won. His is already building quite a reputation for himself against one priority when charge add 3 to the uncalamitous events. So basically, he wants to try and
That would
how
translate
do I-
into +5 fellowship.
So he's better at interacting than his father, possibly. Amazing.
Oh no, he's more well adapted.
What would the other ones have been for that? Because that's like not the best role for like pure stat boosting, but it makes too much fucking sense.
Okay, so this one has potential, would be +5 to anything that's not weapon skill or ballistic skill.
Of course.
This one to keep an eye on would be +5 to enter agility.
Okay.
Or fellowship. Well, no, enter agility.
Throwing heroics is fellowship.
Come on, it's just a Grox. Would be perception, just flat out.
Okay.
Perception or toughness, I guess. And you built this place on a volcano?
Willpower?
Yes.
Is willpower, yes.
So I got again. That doesn't line up for assault marine, but sure, that's nice for flavor, and it also just lines up too much that he would want to chase the same thing that his father did.
Look, him wanting to seek glory because his father was such a badass
Whilst not being a space marine, mind you.
has somehow made him more charismatic. Because he's
Sure, right.
trying to own his glory and really play it up.
I need to check something now.
Inferiority complex, motherfucker.
No, I know. I'm checking something else. Assault marine. Do they actually get no fellowship is crap for them? So all right, sure.
Yeah, I also saw that they didn't get good fellowship, and I just thought it'd be really funny.
It's funny and also it's just like all right, sure, that makes sense. It's like the role isn't the most optimal thing, but one, why would you do that unless you're a meta player? And if I can be sometimes, and two, it's for the funny of, yeah, your father was this. Was he a space marine? No.
Yeah, your father actually managed to properly kill a few demons. Was he a space
He was a
marine?
space marine.
No, he was a
No.
dude. He had some augmetic eyes.
Well, he had some augmented eyes, and he was from a death world, so stubborn as all shit. But no, he's not stubborn as a space marine.
He had special eyes.
He had special
Ah,
eyes.
yes, the mystic eyes of depth perception.
Special eyes and a will to kill.
Hmm.
Yeah. Just like
But sure, that
Sigmar did.
Then he gets
sure.
back and realized that after his father's death, he was immortalized by a piece of Eldari craftsmanship taken from his fucking power sword.
Well, no, it's the sword that he started with, which was a low
Yeah.
tech weapon.
Basically, an Eldar stole the Lowlander and fucking made it. Fuck. I want you to know, if if we get to rank 9 by then and Ascendant advances, Saoirse will have access to Bone Singer, meaning she'll be able to technically make it an artifact.
I think the best part with that is that would get rid of unbalanced on it because most Eldar weapons aren't like that heavy. So
Yep. It would go one stage towards balanced.
Ooh.
so it would just be flat then.
Yeah.
Flat is justice.
Not where I was going with that, sadly, but okay.
I know.
But okay, is there anything else we need to roll with this kid other than him being a glory hound?
Well, do you want to flavor out anything?
I'm trying to think of like how he'd probably act if he, because obviously as soon as he's old enough to walk, the Space Marine chapter that wants him is just gonna go, yeah, I'm gonna have him now.
Okay, here's the way I see it, right? And this could make it extra spicy. Hey Dark, do you have the full list of commander personalities?
Oh, I've got it. I've got represented
for Only
here.
War?
Oh,
Yeah, I do.
Let's see how he'd take charge of commanding normal humans.
A second.
it's gonna be interesting if I have to end up playing him at some point. I'm curious what the modifiers for Primus are besides being just Space Marine Plus, if those are in the book at all.
They're not.
It's basically a +5 to some stats.
Okay, I would figure it'd been like
Ballistics,
his.
weapons, agility, strength, and toughness get +5.
I would have thought it would also be a bonus to his own actual character. Fair enough.
He's also taller than firstborns.
Let's see.
But yeah, ballistic skill, agility, toughness, strength, and weapon skill would be a +5 for a Primaris.
He also has to go through whatever the version of the Rubicon surgery is, doesn't he?
No, Primaris gene seed makes more Primaris.
Okay, I'm thinking of the way that you make a normal Space Marine into a.
Thunder, roll me a d9.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
5.
3, 4, 5. You're a maverick.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. What book is that in?
I'm just gonna copy and paste it.
Basically, your character leads from the front.
No, it is not what it means.
Oh, wait, no, is that the one where the quote is, I wouldn't make you do anything I couldn't do?
I posted it in Rogue Trader.
This regiment's commander is something of a rebel, regarded as ill-disciplined and unpredictable by his peers, but his attitude and his daring make him beloved by his men, who see the leader as one of them than rather one of the officers. As long as he leads, they will follow you anywhere.
Oh my god, it fits. But, I asked you to, roll that because I figure, you know, if he's gonna be on a Space Marine's vessel sticking around there, he's probably not gonna be with his battle brothers so much as, you know, normal
Yeah.
humans, which means he's gonna be in a position of command on basis if he's a fucking Space Marine, he probably knows better.
Yeah, the whole Emperor's Angels thing.
Yeah.
That
Because
is too fitting.
yeah, one of the
That-
Emperor's
the-
lesser demons.
Well, no, the reason why that fits is mostly just because, well, who was his father? Because no, I don't think, even if he did have decent fellowship, one would not be the type to be like, hey, I'm going to sit in my chair and just let other people do it. No, he'd be at the front.
You know what? You know what I'm gonna let this be?
What?
Effectively another 5 to fellowship.
I mean, just that he's well liked by his men. I would have also put like peer humans or something, but that also makes sense. I would have like been hoping for boosts to physical stats, like to his strength or something. But apparently no. Rowan himself isn't that great at fellowship, but his kid is.
Look, his kid's one of the boys.
I know, but it's more just the fact that you'd think, okay, so what's he gonna get from a guy who's swole as shit? Maybe he'll get the same genes to make him really strong. No,
Look
he's
at it
really
this
methodical.
way. When he got taken in by the Marines for his dad just being that strong, he really wanted to live up to that reputation, and that influenced his personality to be more sociable. So people would like him more and, get more out of his heroics.
Plus, to be fair,
nature versus nurture.
Inferiority
and-
complex. .png.
and it both is funny, and Space Marines tend to have higher base stats anyway. So
You know what? I'll do something for you with this. I'll do you a solid.
yeah, that would make sense because he's basically leading from the front, so he beats the shit out of things.
And do you like that,
The
peer
peer-
bonus?
That makes sense.
Hold on. Because Mavericks are unpredictable and therefore a pain in the ass.
They hate the paperwork.
No, no, no. The paperwork hates you.
That would be a rival or enemy, I think, then.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hatred is you get better weapon skill against them, and I don't think he's going to be going after the guys behind the desk.
I gotta pop out.
Rival
fun-
administratum.
That'll work. No worries, Lucky.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Later. Yeah, what do you think about that? You have to take rival administratum means if he always gets bogged down in paperwork when he tries to get shit done through the Imperium proper.
Yeah.
The administratum will just always try and put this guy in particular through hell.
But the
Why do you
but
think?
the Militarum love him.
Yes.
Man, this must be the vengeance for kicking off all the administratum off of Mundustaro.
Yeah, since Mundustaro is partially paying its tithe and administrators nowadays.
Right. So, anything else I need to roll while I'm here?
Well, do you want this character's base stats?
Probably
Because we
should
can
do
go
that
ahead
off
and make a
here.
sheet.
Might as well. So it's done and ready to go. So it just make me wonder what ranking Assault Marine he's going to be, just for sake of reference.
Uh,
But we can
we'll
go
think
back to
about that after we roll everything.
Yeah. Okay, Death Watch making a character. Book.
Plus character. Roland Kid. In players' journals. Roland. Shard of the Outsider. Dark. Can be controlled by Shard of the Outsider. Dark. Roland. Save changes.
I saw
Okay.
movement.
Hmm?
Oh, there it is right at the top. Yeah, we can put him in a section later.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alright. So I'm going to put in all the default values that you'd have from being a Primaris and the consequences of nepotism.
Okay, then
And
we'll
then
roll the,
and then your dice roll will add on to that.
yeah.
Oh god, this guy's a melee fiend.
I mean, look at his father. Like, given who his father was, that just tracks.
So since you're a Primaris, you have a few bonuses to you. And as these are your bases before you're rolling as a Primaris with your consequences of nepotism and your
Because he... Oh, Jesus.
I feel like I should give a malice to the other one as well. Just because I feel like I should balance it a little.
Oh, for the fellowship.
Yeah. Here.
Pop off as well.
Worries, Doc. If you need to go, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't think before he like just leaps in there.
No, he just doesn't notice. He gets a bit too battle focused.
He tunnel visions.
Yeah. These are the ones before you roll.
Yeah,
which is
how
already
that gonna
scary.
Yeah, which is how we get. Well, that's base stats. Yeah. There's also the fact that as a space marine, he gets unnatural strength and toughness.
Yeah, which is why he's not going to appear until the party's at least rank 9.
Yeah, no, especially because
Because he's going to
Death Watch-
come in at the Ascendant ranks.
Well, yeah, because Death Watch Marines typically start at around 13,000 experience and they go up.
I would
Yeah.
say that an orc also has a natural toughness and strength at 7.
This guy, well, there's also the fact that this guy's only going to come in after Roland's probably died.
Fair.
Yeah.
Because this is going to take like a good, probably, what at least 20 years for him to get there, and then probably another like 50 or longer for him to become a Marine.
Right.
Which we still have to do things like, unless I'm allowed to pick the power armor histories, which I already know what I'd be going for, then yeah, this is a mess. But how many D10 do I roll per thing here? Or is it just the classic 2D10?
2d10.
Okay.
And I will adjust the stats accordingly.
Okay. I do have the
Just
sheet
to
open so
save
I
you
can
the...
see it.
Yeah, I'm just saving you the math.
But am I allowed to assign these anywhere? So I say if this goes here.
No.
Fair enough.
These are in
what's
order.
Okay,
So
I
weapon
figured
skill.
as much. Yeah, well, I'm just trying to find a macro that will let me roll them all at once, because I know a friend sent me that once at one point. I was trying to remember what it was. There you are. Just need to modify that slightly and then post it like what? 4, 5, 6, 7. That. Copy you. Get rid of the rest of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Sure.
9 is Zinch's number.
That's how many stats there are. 1, 2.
Maybe
4,
just
5.
roll the normal 2d10, because I'd rather it be one at a time anyway, for my sake.
Fair enough.
And once you type it out the first time, you can just hit enter, go hit the up arrow, then hit enter again.
Yeah. And of course,
Reroll that one. Reroll that one.
Average.
52. Again, this is on top of effectively a plus 10 to it.
Yeah, there's also the fact that I'm going to be getting advances from as well, which Assault Marine, surprise, is good at beating the shit out of people.
Yes. So this is already a ridiculous weapon skill.
That's close to his father's just starting out. 46 for ballistic skill, which is more than respectable.
Yep.
Oh, wait. What's that? Yes!
Oh, I'm just gonna nudge that up one for the sake of my OCD.
I know that feel.
I
I am not going to complain because that puts his raw strength at 50. Which, given that advances are a max of 20, hey, let me just have 70 fucking strength. And that's before his power armor's involved.
You know, there's a funny thing about ascendant ranks.
Yeah, I know they let you go further, but that's another plus 10, so make that 50.
Yeah, they let you
80.
take 5th and 6th.
Even
So
further
basically,
beyond.
I'm Super Saiyan 3.
Mhm.
So basically, this guy is going to hit like a truck. I'm okay with this.
He's going to hit his hardest trucker?
Damn. No, truck don't hit very hard.
Unless he's in his truck.
Then he hit
47.
really hard. 47
Agility's
toughness.
Yeah, agility is the other one that we kind of need for him to be good at because piloting.
Okay.
And of course, I roll like crap.
You have a free reroll.
Fuck it, why not?
Okay, so he's not going to be bad at piloting in the slightest, sitting at, what is that? 53?
53.
I know, I was just drawing it out for dramatics.
Yeah. Fair. But yeah, that's partly because as an assault marine, he needs that to be able to move
Yeah, I know.
as well, so. Alright, so how smart is he? Decent. He's about as smart as the Eldar in the room as well, which is funny. Alright, how good are you at seeing things, my boy? He's working with a 25 for this, which is still respectable. Honestly, that track. Should I you roll that or not?
No,
Actually,
no, don't
maybe not.
re-roll it. It's funnier this way.
Well, there's that, and also he does get heightened senses and auto senses from his helmet, unless he takes the helmet off.
It's
Does he
more
need
hilarious
specialized gear?
this way.
Well, no, because of him being a space marine, he gets heightened senses just by default.
Look, his dad's eyesight wasn't good even before the first surgery.
Also true. Right, how good is he at resisting willpower?
Dog shit.
Damn.
Fair enough. I mean, they can't all be keepers. Well, that's still a 38, which is still pretty decent for a a space marine.
Yeah.
All right, and
Here,
fellowship.
I'll do you a solid. I'll take one from intelligence and perception, and I'll pump them into willpower. Just for you. As a favor.
Yeah, also 47 for his fellowship. He is much more personable than his dad.
This dude's a party animal compared to his dad.
He's like 2 times as... He's got more than 2 times my fellowship.
Alright.
The ideal
Okay.
state of being, my son is better than me.
Okay, so next up, do you know what you get to roll?
Which is... Let's see here.
Wounds.
Oh, right, yeah, I have to roll. Right.
A wounds champion.
It's just it is but a scratch. A scratch? Your arm's off!
Alright, so roll me 1d5.
Four.
Okay, your starting wounds are 22.
Nice. And that's before we get things like sound constitution in here as well.
Yes. I went ahead and put it in.
Yeah, I could say. Yeah, a lot of the armor and stuff I'm just gonna want to have the page out.
That's not right. Oh well. It's all written down.
Yeah. Alright, so...
Just ignore the
Chat-
toughness bonus times 2 since he's not a normal human.
Yeah.
Alright. So, we get some of the homebrewed chapter specific talents too.
Yeah, because the ones that they normally get is a ton of shit that lets them basically go, no, I don't need to worry about training because I have all of it.
Yeah, you have all the lores. You just know shit.
Well, Law Deathwatch, Forbidden Law Xenos, and they also have a lot of, what's it been called? Talents as well.
Yeah, they have a lot of lores they can take, if I recall.
Well, Hypno Conditioning for Deathwatch is that they start with Common Law Deathwatch and Forbidden Law Xenos.
Okay.
But they also do get a lot of skill. They also do get a lot of skills that they start with.
Here's
Here
the
we go.
thing, you're not a member of the Death Watch.
Also true. All right, so what have we got for this then?
So, in addition to the normal Bloodraven talents and traits, I made a custom talent for all Bloodravens.
Oh boy.
What's yours
Well,
is mine.
a trait talent called Bloody Magpies. And as a half action, a Blood Raven may attempt to receive a gift for the chapter, a unit or piece of equipment adjacent to themselves, requiring a successful contested agility test.
Oh, so you
If
can just steal things.
being held, if being used.
Yeah, this is mine now. Also, it's the reason why I'm bringing up Deathwatch for this because it says all Space Marines get these.
Yeah. Like ambidextrous, bulging biceps, heightened senses, nerves of steel, quick draw, yada yada.
He's also an unarmed master just out the box.
Yeah.
So basically, he can spend a half action just go. This is mine now.
He is a bloody magpie. And I mean, if you take that Hiver's gun and then shoot him with that gun, is that not a flex? Is that not
This
a
is true.
flex, my friends?
And clearly,
is
it's your gun.
This is mine now.
If a space marine takes your gun, it's their gun now. I
Yeah,
don't.
most people wouldn't. Most people either wouldn't contest that, or if they tried, they'd get turned into paste.
Well, this is Limit Incident Crew. And
I
as
know,
we've
but
established, they are built different.
I know, but there's still an upper limit to that. Also, whilst I
True.
have the chance, I'm just gonna quickly check all of the skills that they have for starting out.
Oh,
So I'm
right,
just
roll
gonna-
me a d10.
Oh, for the fate points, right?
Yeah, you have a bullshit amount of fate points.
I think this Emperor's Grace. I think is the thing for this. 9. High is usually better.
4. I told you. Space Marines get a bullshit amount of fate points.
This is true. I know they normally start with around 3-ish, but okay, sure.
3 to 5. On a 1 to 7, you get 3. On an 8 to 9, you get 4. On a 10, you get 5.
Nice. Also, ciphers, blood, rape, and runes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just putting in the skills now. Climb, which is fucking ridiculous. Dodge, of course. Common law. Common law, Adeptus Astartes, Imperium, and War. Would all of those be allowed for him? By the time he turns up?
Space Marines usually get generally educated on the other factions of the Imperium.
There's also the fact
And
that
I imagine if
there's
this kid gets gifted to the chapter during the time skip,
probably.
yes, he will have enough time to be taught all those things because he'll have become a full-fledged Space Marine.
Also, yeah, War lines up given that his father had it. Or has it, rather. So,
Well then, you can swap out another lore to put an extra into lore war.
nah. I'll keep those 3 as they are, because that makes sense. He's also smarter than his dad is, so...
Yeah.
I love the fact that they get concealment, even though power armor tends to be, I love the fact that he can drive. His father just learned that recently and Intimidate as well.
Alright, we also gotta do, rolling for your power armor histories and quirks.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I'm putting the skills in that in now.
Yeah. I just also want to look at them.
If you're wondering which one I'm hoping for, it's gonna be, of course, by Strength be Legend. Yes, a sucker for him powerlifting things. I don't care what you say.
I'm also just looking at critical effects.
Oh, for
power armor.
oh right. He has literacy as well. I can read.
That's a thing? I did not know that was a thing.
That is a thing. Is yeah, the skill of literacy.
Oh, I meant power armor or critical effects.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Specifically for Astartes armor.
Okay. Does
Yeah,
not
that makes
apply to
sense.
mega armor, I see.
Well, mega armor or fucking normal armor.
Yeah.
Normal power, it's because the power unit of a Space Marine suit is basically that huge backpack they wear.
Yeah.
Right.
That, and if you get the right power armor history or something, you can have that just power indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
Also, he has the Codex Astartes. That makes sense.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
This book.
Imagine not just strapping on a Nova reactor.
Okay, High Gothic. So he can speak to posh people, which his fellowship's not that bad, so he can actually get along with them. Note to self: give him command at some point because Jesus Christ. All right, I need to look at tactics really quick because one of the things here is tactics. Choose one. Right, which one would fit for blitzkrieging? Because you bet your ass that's what his father does.
Where are tactics?
It's a skill.
Okay,
Skills, here we go. Page 90-ish in Deathwatch, which is kind of what we'd be going off of him being a soldier.
so what page? Oh, never mind, I found it.
Tactics, there we go. Air combat, armor tactics, assault doctrine,
Assault
defensive doctrine.
doctrine?
Yeah, I was going to
Probably.
say assault doctrine. Covers all types of assaults, from charging a bunker to oppressed amphibious landings. Tell me, does it also include jumping on a tank?
Yes, actually.
I'm calling it now. That's one of the things they had him study on. Also, that would probably be a custom skill because I'm not seeing tactics in here. So custom skill.
Just keep it as a scholastic lore.
Fair. That makes sense. Away with you. That's effectively what it is.
Yeah, it's basically a scholastic lore.
I'll put tactics in brackets for
Or
it
you
so
could
know
put
what
it
it's
under
for.
custom skills.
That's what I was thinking of doing.
Yeah, I'd say just do that. What are tactics based off?
Intelligence. Oops. Oh yeah, I just got it.
Okay, so you're pretty good at telling people to jump onto tanks and rip out the crew.
Or I could do it myself.
Yes!
Right, let's see. Is there any other skill? He gets tracking.
Nice.
Oh, there it is.
Also, don't forget to fill in all the basics.
Because he would have most of those besides invocation.
Well, no, basics are just for, you always have basic and an advanced skill. You can always try.
Yeah. Right, if I recall right, for Astartes weapon training, that basically means he's trained with everything. At least at every non-exotic or heavy weapon, anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. Every
That's gonna get the
human,
talent.
non-exotic, non-heavy.
Yeah. Basically, if it's something that a human's used at some point, he'll know how to use it.
Except he'll need an Astartes-sized one.
Yeah, because
Big,
he
meaty
has,
fingers.
well, big meaty fingers, and he's also got giant gauntlets.
Yes, that
Yes.
make his big, meaty fingers even big and meatier.
That's
Oh,
also
yes, he has
part of
the
why
orc problem.
that's also part of why a power fist is a thing. And it's basically just like
Wait.
attached to his armor.
What's the problem, Savly?
No, no, he has the orc problem of his fingers are too big for some of the triggers.
Look, Trucka's wrench had an answer to that. Keyword had.
Thankfully, ambidextrous does make sense for his father because his father has it.
Yeah.
No. Astartes weapon training, which is just literally you can use everything.
Yes.
Honestly, if Roll never sees this kid, he's just gonna be like, "What the fuck?" He just sees like this guy looks at him. Hello, father. What?
Roland, who would have to be over 200 by then.
I mean, if I rolled well enough on the like de-aging thing, maybe.
Yeah. Don't worry, the first roll is pretty good and pretty easy for rejuve rules. Oh, right, everyone. I wrote rejuvenate rules.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Um,
Wait, I'm not
Oh well,
expecting.
I'm just realizing there's only 3 of us in the call now.
this determines this does not determine how much age is lost, but how,
Old you are, I think,
but
is the idea.
what age you rejuvenate to.
So, literally, if I rolled well enough on at least 2 of those, he could see him. I'm not expecting him to be in his prime by that point, but...
Again, so, okay, for context. Human 1. The first one, 16 to 20. Second time, 17 to 25.
Okay, yeah, he'd probably still be alive then if we used that.
Yeah. Because Imperials that get Juvenate treatments can live towards their late hundreds. And some can even get to 1,000.
So if I didn't roll like shit, then we should be fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even if you roll like shit, this is very effective since the human life expectancy of important people is 80 to 100.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. That is still going to be like a fucking shock, though, of just a big space marine in full power armor walks in. Hello, father. He just has to look up.
God.
I'm sorry.
Okay, hear me out. Roland somehow manages to live long enough to see the first Apocrypha. Guess
That'll
who's
be
there for backup?
Sure. Honestly, I believe that. It's still going to be one hell of a mind fuck just to hear that coming from a space marine.
Yeah, just,
It's like, wait,
hey dad, they let me keep my memories. Because you were a badass.
just him in basically green armor at that point? Like,
Or
wait, are
red.
you actually both? just takes the helmet off. Holy shit, you do look like me. Honestly, the pair of them fighting sounds terrifying for anyone who gets in the way.
Keep in mind, Saoirse's able to establish mind link between father and son there.
That's just even better for coordination. Like, I'm just imagining
And Blood
the son's
Ravens
like,
don't super hate Eldar.
yeah, I'm just
Actually pretty
imagining
chill with craft worlders.
he does have resistant psychic powers just innately.
Yeah.
But as long as he willingly fails, it's fine. But I'm just imagining him just going, well, Dad, let's see how that legend of you came to be. Well, let's see if you can keep up then. Pair of them just go ape shit.
Against like a bloodthirster or something.
Yeah. It's like, oh god, it was bad enough for one of them, now there's 2! Ah!
Because if a major demon appears, you better kill it. Or else that planet's turning into a demon world.
Well, yeah.
If a demon appears, you better kill it.
Look, you're gonna have 2 people who are built for just going, hey, look, a demon. Revs up chainsaw. Oh, excuse me, flares out power sword. Yeah, they just have unarmed master, so I'm just going to put in unarmed warrior as well, since they technically would have that. This
Is
is
it
going
really
to be...
unarmed if you're using a power fist?
Hello, Mr. Space Marine. I'm Saoirse. I'm Roland's friend. I'm Roland's drinking buddy.
Looks down.
He wouldn't be looking down is the thing. They'd be looking eye to eye. That's how tall Saoirse
Alright, yeah.
is.
Alright, yeah, just looks... You just... Dad, is this true? Yeah, why? Okay.
How did you become drinking buddies with an Eldari seer?
Long story. Also, probably helps the fact that I can beat her in a fight, at least a sparring match.
I only use my psychic powers against other Eldar in sparring.
Just like, really, Dad? Look, I'm many things. I'm not resistant to the shit she can do. All right.
Laughter in Alpha Plus!
Especially like Roland's many things. He's not stupid enough to go, yeah, I could probably take this. Ends up on the floor with a headache.
Laughs when the menacing dark purple aura starts coming out from behind Saoirse. Because she's just that power. Because she's a stupid, powerful psyker, but she's just a total girl failure.
Also, that's just made me think of something that the sun would be kind of in mild aura if we got the full tilt thing.
Yeah, sure, let's hear it.
Well, no, the thing of if you basically have Roland go full tilt at someone. Which, sadly, if you want to know the short version, Saoirse passing over the biomancy stuff through Mind Link to Roland at some point.
It
I
is
see.
doable, technically, because
Well,
range
yes,
cast self, while Mind Link is enabled, allows you to cast at any self that a mind is linked up to.
Well, yes, I would like him to have like over 100 strength. Thank you.
Because again, where do you cast psychic powers from? The mind. So why wouldn't a sufficiently powerful psyker be able to cast from their friend's mind during a willing mind link?
Okay, right. I put in the
For sake of range self stuff.
Yeah, I've also put in the unnatural characteristics as well, which is just gonna make this. Like, yeah, he's not the toughest guy in the room, but he has a soak of at least 8, like starting out. Which, oh, right, Ren, just for
That's really good.
yeah. Also, Ren, just for sake of ease, if he does ever get sound con, unmodified toughness, otherwise it's gonna suddenly go to like 70.
Wait, I thought I was doing SoundCon by modified.
Wait,
Not for a
I
Space
know.
Marine. That'd be just too much.
No, that's what I mean. Is like for a human, no, that's fine because his is still like a 50 to 60. For a space marine, that'd be getting ridiculous super quickly.
Yeah,
Same goes
so I'll
for an
leave it at
unbridged.
unmodified for him.
That's what
Since
I was
he's
gonna
a
say because
Space Marine.
he's already got the extra soak anyway. I was gonna argue that simply
He
because
also
well,
starts out
I'm
with 22 hit points.
yeah, so that's honestly fine.
So he
That
doesn't
and
need the little boost that I give everyone else.
well, no, plus even if it's unmodified for how many times he can get it, that's still a lot. You can get it 8 times, but each time it goes up by 4. Using this as an example.
Yeah. Unless he
Well,
takes
okay,
to advance, unless he increases his toughness, because it is retroactive.
Yeah, which I will be doing. But okay, power armor time.
Everyone's favorite time.
Am I allowed to pick a
Okay,
different?
so do
pick
we
a
need to
different
roll
type?
anything besides history?
Well, am I allowed to take a different model?
Ah, shit, it's Primaris. You can take a different model helmet.
Okay, so I can't take a different. Just because if I was allowed to pick, I would have gone with Corvus.
I'm sorry, man, you gotta take Mark 10.
Which book is that in?
The book of you being a motherfucking Primaris and you won't fit into normal armor.
No, I mean for like effects, or is that just a normal set of armor then?
Uh, I'll look some stuff up,
Because if I
is
recall
my
right,
answer.
that's fair. Because if I recall the normal armor is right, that goes up to I think Mark 9.
Yeah, if you just went with Mark 9 and added, like, 1 AP.
Let me see, because I've just found where it is. I think that's relics.
Yeah, just add 1 AP.
Here we go.
For
Oh no,
Mark 10.
it goes up to Mark 8 from Rites of Battle.
Then just add 2 AP to a Mark 8.
which is full coverage 10 and 13. Jesus Christ. Probably about 200 kilos. How much would the enhanced strength go up by? Or if it would at all?
I don't want to calculate that right now.
Let's be fair, it's still plus 20 regardless.
Because that depends on the quirks, doesn't it?
Well, partly, I was thinking more so just because it's, a big fucking set of Mark 10.
I will say that in Rogue Trader, standardly power armor just gives you a flat amount. It doesn't give you a natural.
Yeah.
Well, no, it doesn't give a natural here either. I'm just saying, would it give more for being a Mark 10 because it's bigger?
No.
Okay,
The
fair
Mark
enough.
10 is bigger because it has to fit a Primaris, not because it's more impressive.
I mean, that is still like 10 and 13 AP regardless,
Yes,
so...
yes. Yes, it is. But for
So this
everything
guy's a
else, treat it like the Mark 8.
which I think that also means that he doesn't care about the extra to hit bonus of being hulking. Because of Black Carapace.
Yep.
So he gets the movement speed boost and is, an absolute unit of a size, but he's too agile for you to hit him normally.
Yeah.
How many times do you roll on a Mark 8 for power armor history?
That is an
One.
excellent question.
Normally 1 for a Mark 8.
I'll let you roll 2. This is Primaris armor.
Okay, so I know I get to
Or,
pick which...
sorry, let me change that. Let me be spicy. Roll 1 to
Oh, boy.
start.
Okay, so a D10. Which I'll roll on just the standard table for right now because
Yep.
that has the
Is
one
there an
that
advanced
really...
table?
Well, there's a few different tables from Rites of Battle.
Where? I want to look at them.
Page 153 for the starting for it, which is Battle Scars, Legends of War, and then Skill
Okay.
of the Artificer. There's 3 extra tables.
All
The
right.
reason why I'd want to go with the base one for the first one is because it has
Here's
nice
the deal.
legend.
You're gonna roll once on all those tables, obviously, because a lot
So,
goes into power armor.
so at least 3. Or 4, because there is one in the base as well.
Well, how do I put it? You can roll on everything except except
Skill of the
Legends of
Artificer.
War.
Okay, so Battle Scars, Skill of the Artificer, and the base one.
Yes.
Okay, let's start with the base book then, which I know which one I want for this. 8. Lead from the front.
Is that the one you wanted? Because that's the one
No,
that's very in character.
that's the one that's in character. The one I wanted was Thy Strength Be Legend, which is an extra plus 10.
Ah, well.
It's strength boost, but honestly, that does give extra cohesion, which I don't think would work here.
Here's how I'll translate it. We'll give him the officer command talents.
From Only War?
Yeah, we'll let him take those as elite advances.
You have to send me that because I don't know where those are.
All right. We'll talk it over. For now, I'm just gonna note it down in the journal.
Yeah. I mean, that does fit. He's a maverick. Plus, that's still already a plus 20 for his power armor, so. That's the base power armor history as well. All men need leaders, and all leaders need to be seen and heard to be effective. It is common for the leaders' societies to lead from the front, and such warriors have had the honor of beating this armor, bearing this armor into battle over the centuries. Its vox amplifiers like booming thunder. Its brilliant heraldry seems to blaze on the battlefield, truly a sight to behold. There have been statues erected of 100 worlds of the brave souls who have worn this relic into battle and saw the day through to victory.
So
Okay,
it's
that's
one
the
of your
base
chapter's iconic armors.
They gave it to him because his dad is really good at leading into battle from the front. Not because he's a commander, because he's literally just like, no, I need to be at the front because I can kill things from there.
I'm gonna make a narrative declaration. All the statues built from this armor had a different shoulder pauldron.
Amazing.
Yeah. Alright, so
Uh,
battle scars.
the statue. Hold on, let me tap you. Built in remembrance of those who have worn this armor. Do not have a blood raven's pauldron.
Very fun.
I had to. I'm
Fair.
sorry.
It's fair. But okay.
It's what
Also
they'd
add the
give him.
Yeah, I'd also add the parent and rival talent in a moment. But okay, so
Yeah.
battle scars.
Actually, if you're a major hero of this chapter, or it's a heroic chapter armor, and does it add up here?
No, I just mean I need to add it from the ones he got from the lineage.
Oh, right.
So scars of battle scars is next.
Time for battle scars.
So part of this armor was damaged some way. 5. The blood of those who came before. It's forever stained forever on its inside surfaces by the blood of its previous occupants. For some reason, a tradition has developed that the life fluid spirit split when this is killed and should not be cleaned away. Rather, should be left as visceral reminder of Space Marine's ultimate duty, one that steels his mind against the threat of death. The wearer gains a plus 10 to pinning tests. So he's slightly better at pinning. Which honestly,
I think that also says against.
Well, it says a plus 10 to pinning test, so I think it is meant to mean being pinned. So he has a 50-50 chance to resist pinning. Which, with Nerves of Steel...
Yeah. See, I told you, just trust the dice.
The last one is Skill of the Artificer.
Yep.
One more d10.
Mm-hmm.
5 again. Ooh, Mark 6 elements. A section of this suit has been replaced with parts from the Mark 6 Corvus armor. Roll a d10.
Beaky helmet.
Alright, so it's a d10. On a 1 to 5, the leg armor randomly determine which leg provides 8 instead of normal, and a plus 5 agility bonus. On a 6 to 10, it's a helmet providing 8 AP to the head and biomonitors. Ooh. So I do get so much of Corvus helmet.
I must insist on the helmet. I am sorry, my friend. The beaky helmet is too cool.
I mean, it also fits for Blood Ravens.
Yeah.
Would this still get a slightly better or slightly more AP because of, being a bigger helmet?
Hold on, let me type this up first.
Which I'll have a look at the monitors for that whilst you do that, because that's interesting. Mark 6 rules.
I'm just gonna write this with Mach 6 helmet.
Alright, let's see. What does this helmet do?
I will say, since it had to be retrofitted for a Primaris, an additional AP.
Okay. I mean, that's fine, because it's 8 AP for the normal helmet for a Mark 8, so that would be 10. So the helmet's a 9.
Yep.
That's fine. Because that's still like 16. I'm just trying to see what the...
Improved Mach VI battle monitors.
I need to see what those do. See page 151.
And all right, so that is page 151, correct?
I think so. I'm not seeing where it is though.
Let's see. It would be under Mach 6, right? Rules,
Mark
that
6,
is.
yeah. I think so. But I'm not seeing. Hang on, we just do something else instead for this. I'm not seeing it.
I'm not
Unless it's page
either.
151. It says see page 151, so I'm just gonna. Where are you?
Wait, does it mean page 51 in the core book?
That's what I just thought, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that too.
No, because that page 151 in the core book is weapons.
Hmm.
I'm
Huh.
gonna copy and then search this. Oh, hello. That is not how that's meant to look. I don't know why it did that.
Biomonitor and injectors.
Oh, is that for the injector thing that they normally get?
Yeah.
Because if I recall right, most power armors come with fucking injectors
Yeah.
that they come with.
Apparently, the Mark 6 has advanced monitors for that.
If I recall, normally it's basically things like pain suppressants and the like, so you can ignore the critical effects.
Yeah. I don't know what improved would mean here.
Well, hang on.
Wait.
Like pain suppressants. No, that's nothing there. Like 6 is still the same as the others. Yeah, they kind of mislabeled the page there.
Does it have a pain suppression thing?
Yeah, well, not all of them normally do. The only one that's different, oh, well, the two are, is the Mark 1 has none, and the Mark 3 has 8. Which, what those normally do, as said, is they allow you to ignore crit effects. I know that because in a Deathwatch game, my Space Marine got his leg broken, and I was told, hey, you do realize that this is a thing, right? Because I was basically bitching that I'd got my leg broken and I was going to be useless for it. It's like, no, you have this, you should be fine.
Let's see. Okay, we're just gonna say 8 doses instead of 6.
That would make sense. Also, because they don't want to have him die because he is, big guy.
Death is bad, true fact.
Yeah. I mean, that is still pretty solid. Which, I'll actually double check what that does because that's in the base book. Start his power armor. Among men.
Oh. Hey, Thunder, I have good news.
Yeah?
You get to roll again on the base histories table for the Mark 6 helmet.
Oh, nice. Also, I've just found it. Biomonitor and injectors. The internal code detects a problem with the user's whereas bioscience are going to eliminate pain suppressants, combat stims, and antitoxins. This provides the following benefits: plus 10 to resist toxic, 6 doses normally of that, and it's stunned. But yeah, I think it's just meant to be that you get most of those. So I get to roll again on that for the helmet.
Oh, no, wait. It would just be 6 stun. Oh. Oh, it doesn't stun you. It just takes a half action instead.
Oh, is that what that means?
Yeah.
Because normally
Ooh.
with pain. Normally with the pain suppressants, you get stunned for like 1 round before it cuts it off.
Yeah. It's not 6 doses.
Well, it's normal 6 doses for
Only
pain
a
suppressant.
half action is lost.
For being stunned.
This character gains what? Plus 10 to toxin? Plus 10 to the effects of...
That's basic. That's normal biome monitor for that is that you get a plus 10 to test resisting toxic quality and similar poison effects. And yeah, there's the pain suppressants, which is ignore critical effects for 1d10 rounds. That's normal power armor though, not an improved one. So I think the improved might just be...
Yeah. I'm just gonna write dosages here.
Yeah. I mean, that does mean he gets to avoid things like, oh no, I'm bleeding out. Alright, Doctor, inject me. Or,
Yeah.
actually no, better way to put it. Because I think you might get this as well, Zevly. Doctor, turn off my pain inhibitors.
Rah!
Just suddenly starts fucking going mental.
Yep. I do in fact get the reference. Fear not.
Ignore
Okay, so it's...
critical effects for 1d10 rounds.
Well, again, Ren, that's normal power armor for Space Marines.
Yeah. The difference here is you only lose a half action instead of being stunned.
For a turn, yeah.
That's
well, no,
the
pain
improved
suppressant
version.
Well, yeah, the other thing here is that the other two don't cost doses. It's only the pain suppressant that has a dose limit. The other two things are normally passive.
Oh, I didn't know that. My bad.
Pain suppressant has 6 doses. The other two are just there innately as long as he's wearing his power armor. I think the other part that is really morbid for Space Marines, this isn't power armor, this is something else, is the fact that they can eat someone and get the memories.
Yeah, not a lot of people talk about that.
I know that because, again, I've played Deathwatch before, and one of the characters did use that at one point to get memories of a thing.
God, that is a lot of shit for that helmet. And you also get to roll on normal power armor history again.
For the helmet, or just overall?
The way I'm doing this, yes.
Oh boy, okay. 2. None shall escape the Emperor's wrath.
Is that one of the ones you wanted?
Not exactly, because it gives you a +5 to ballistic skill, but you take a -10 to dodging in melee. Which,
I'll tell you what. You give me one of your character's fate points, I'll let you re-roll it.
Fuck it, why not? He's already gonna have 3. You can probably get more through service anyway.
Okay, roll me 1d8 because we're skipping 2 and 7. Or sorry, 2 and 8.
I was gonna say, but 7 would be
The ones you already rolled.
2, so 3. Oh, what, really? So just okay.
That's more weapon skill, though.
Weapon skill, but -5 ballistic skill. Sure.
Do you really need ballistic skill as an assault marine?
Well, there's that, and also the fact it's when wearing the suit's helmet. So I can just take the helmet off and he just snipe.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thy arm be the scourge of the impure.
Look.
That, and again, am I really going to be in... Am I not going to be in melee things? Well, I have the specialty that literally goes, hey, you see that guy over there? Yeah? I'm going to be right next to him. How are you going to reach that? Fires jump pack. Especially because one of the benefits of being an assault marine is a special ability. I don't remember what the other one is, but the one that I normally pick is Wings of Angels. Here, let me just do a personal pilot test, and then I can get an extra 20 meters to my move. when I charge someone.
Plus
So you should have
5 to weapon skill, minus 5 to while helmet is worn. There you go.
it's a plus 5 minus 5.
Yeah, I wrote it. See? I wrote it
I
under
can't see that.
cybernetics and implants.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, I can't see it until you like click out of the box, I think. There we go. So yeah, if I need to use a sniper, if he needs to use a sniper at any point, just take his helmet off.
Even though, don't worry, we have snipers.
I know. But if he
The
needs to
ir-
snipe at any point,
The irony of exposing your head in order to pop heads.
yeah. Well, to be fair, the other benefit from that would be that he's
Well,
hopefully
I
far
mean,
enough away that he won't get sniped.
actually, this tracks for a beaky helmet. Because you know what the Corvus pattern was made for, right?
Which is to get in close, yeah, because that's normally the one worn by assault marines.
It was made by the Raven Guard
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, here
during
we go.
the Furies incident. For the
Uh,
ones that would eventually become the Furies.
Yeah. Also, yeah, here we go. Yeah, he gets swift attack just for existing being a assault marine. Wings of Angels. The assault marine
So,
may add
yeah.
15 yeah.
Since Raven Guard like to get in close, sneak up and get in there, you know,
No,
this would
that makes
track
sense.
for beaky armor. If it was one of their assault marines.
Which
Ooh, I have a really fun flavoring for this, if you'll allow me.
yeah, I'm also just gonna put his fate points down by 1. Which the flavoring for this is the spirit of this armor has been honed by its long years of service into a truly potent adversary. It has been upgraded with numerous enhancements for the sole purpose of bringing ruination to the enemies of man in glorious close combat. Warriors claim that it knows how and when they're going to strike and comes to trust it as innately as any other brother in arms. Such a suit it grants a plus 5 weapon skill. However, its long range targeting systems are different. It's called temperamental. Hence why you need to take the helmet.
I have a question for you.
Go on.
Does unnatural sight, increase? Like, can you stack it?
Oh, for heightened senses?
Yeah.
Typically, yes, because the helmet comes with one. The helmet itself comes with effectively unnatural senses, so the Space Marines have a plus 20 to sight and sound.
Hey, guess what?
But this one has a plus 30 total?
If you let me cook, yeah. See? It has inbuilt movement sensors. Remember, Mark 6 were originally developed by the Raven Guard. Why wouldn't it have some Metal Gear shit in there?
Actually, no, the first thing that came to mind for me was, have either of you seen the Ratchet and Clank film?
Nope.
During one scene where they
I'll
turn
not
up
be right
to...
back, but I'm listening.
Yeah.
I have wireless headphones, so keep going.
Yeah. Basically, whilst they're hunting down, or trying to hunt down the big bad in a factory at one point, they activate motion sensors and the entire screen fills up. Which,
Oh.
have you played Ratchet and Clank before, Zavli?
Just continue the explanation.
Well, it's just because it'll make more sense for the way I'm going to explain this if you have. Because a fair few of the weapons and the like in the Ratchet and Clank games tend to be, have some sort of reference to each other. They find a load of Mr. Zircons.
Mm.
Which, if you don't know, are basically little droids that are murder hobos.
Of course.
And all of them, as they're flying up to Ratchet and the person he's with, are just going, Zircon, 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 Zircon. It's really silly.
I believe it.
Yeah, this is also the same film that one of the first big fight scenes has a robot get knocked off the side of a bridge. They do the Wilhelm scream. Guess what a guy who reaches over for them says?
Do tell.
Wilhelm! Literally, oops, shit, sorry. Literally that.
That's his name, of course.
Alright. Alright. I'm gonna do something that I call generational experience trickleback.
Okay.
So, for his journal, how much EXP do we all currently have?
For us,
My brain wants to say 158000.
no,
Uh,
for us specifically, we have I think just over 20,000.
How much over 20,000?
20,500.
All right.
oh.
You would be at 19,000 flat for starting XP, if Space Marine starting XP isn't lower than that, or isn't higher than that.
Starting XP for a Space Marine is 13,000.
All right, then you'll be at 19,000 instead.
Which that's for all the extra
This
shit.
this is to simulate, you know, being a child of another, you know, being
Yeah.
second generation character.
So kind of like how in Warhammer Fantasy, Doomed is a talent that if that character dies by the dooming, basically a little prophecy that they get of something that would kill them, they then would get the next character would get all of their I think it's half of their experience.
Yes, but
Here he's just getting X amount.
it's minus 1,500 per
per
generation.
So that would put him
Also, hello, Tommy.
Oh, nice. That would put him firmly partway through rank 2 as an assault marine.
And yet still not even half of the XP needed to become a rogue trader character.
Oh, don't worry. He still gains XP as we're going.
Oh, I figured.
Just
Just
like
being a smartass.
1,500 behind us.
Yeah, that's all. That's how I'm
Which
gonna
by the
make
time-
generations work.
Yeah, which which things would he have access to for advances?
Right now, Blood Ravens, General Marines, and Assault Marine.
That works. I can work with that. Because most of the
if you get to rank 9, I'll let you start taking some Death Watch levels up to rank 12.
Okay.
You won't get up to rank 16 like the rest of the party, I'm sorry to inform you.
No, that's fine. He's still a Space Marine.
Because he's a fucking Space Marine.
Yeah, that's fine. There has to be some cutoff point. Plus, most of the stuff for Death Watch is Cypher's hatred towards like a lot of things, and a couple Death Watch specific talents like Slayer of Demons, Scourge of Heretics, which is when fighting X thing, you get a flat bonus.
Basically, you'll be able to take the first 4 levels of Death Watch after you finish all 8 ranks of General Marine.
Which is fine. Because that still gives him things like Hatred Orcs. Hatred Tyranids is also in here, which is perfect.
Oh, he gets that for free.
Just because of who his father was.
Look, the first time he's going to talk to Daddy is when if this character was introduced, or it will involve someone soon telling him the legend of Roland.
Also fair. Which, yeah, but again, if our current General and Assault Marine is typically both accessible together.
Also, if I recall, I need to look this up actually. 1d6 Chan.
Oh boy.
Blood Ravens.
But yeah,
yes, the real life recall test.
Yeah. Also, Ben, just so you're aware, the way that it works for Death Watch for Marines is that they get access to General and Assault Marine, and normally Death Watch, but we're putting that aside, at the same time. So he'll have access to rank 1 and 2 of both of them. Which I'm okay with.
Yeah.
Because that still does give him things like... Oh, hey, Commander's in here. I'm not going to bother with, like, requisitions or the like, because Death Watch does it very differently. So I'm just going to start building him up for what he normally has, because Death Watch does it by mission-based, so it's like, okay, you need this for this mission. We're ignoring that.
Oh.
But yes, he has rank 1 and 2 of that. And
there's a
rank 1
chapter
of
tactic you can take as an elite advance. That is...
Oh boy.
That's stupid. I love it. Hey,
Enlighten me.
once you're rank 8, once you're rank 4, there's a custom advancement for this guy.
Lay it on me.
Ignore wounds of 1.
Ooh.
So he just starts ignoring being hit.
Yeah,
If
he's
I'm not mistaken,
microdosing bullets.
Amazing. He also does get a for being an assault marine. He does get a pilot personal as a skill and swift attack, just flat out. He comes with that out of the box.
Yeah.
Which I'll put those in like the effects later. But Ren, would you allow him to start with the special ability that he would normally get, which is the one I'm picking is Wings of Angels, which is do a pilot personal test. All right, you pass. Now, if you can add 20 meters to your movement, and if he charges, he does an extra D5 of damage.
You know what? Considering who his dad always had to fight alongside, sure.
So it's basically okay. Do this test. You pass it. You add a ton of movement to your jump pack.
Look, man. Look. Genetic memory is an actual thing in 40K. It's canon.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh god. You're gonna have to give me, Hatred Chaos.
I'm okay with that because he fucking also doesn't like them.
No, it's even worse.
Go on.
Aurelia was ruined during the opening of the Great Rift by actual chaos, like demons and stuff,
Okay. Also, if you're
and
wondering what I'm
became a
saying,
demon world as they had to retreat into becoming a fleet-based chapter.
Okay. Also, if you're wondering why I went, oh God, do you know one of the talents he has for freaking rank 1 of Assault Marine?
What?
Double team. Also, Crushing Blow is in here.
Nice.
Both of which his father does have. Oh my God.
I want you to know your character's already fucking ridiculous.
He's a Space Marine. That comes with the fucking basis of it.
And we have yet to give him his, roles.
Yeah, but that can come once he actually turns up on the ship.
Oh, no. I mean his requisitions.
That's why I'm deliberately leaving those for now, because there's certain talents on even just like General Marine, which is things like signature war gear. What that normally does is turn certain items up to a specific threshold into standard issue for the character, which what that means is whenever you go out on a mission, you get certain items that you have always, and you get to requisition certain items for that mission.
So here's the deal. You've obviously already served your chapter in ways they respect. So you could theoretically have some special gear you could try and roll for.
Yeah. I'm just explaining how Deathwatch normally does things. Obviously, we're not doing that here.
Yeah, no, this is Rogue Trader, motherfucker.
Yeah, I'll spend his experience in a bit, because I'm just going to quickly do one thing, which is Space Marine upbringing, which slices off 13,000 to represent him being. So the way I'm going to need to do his rank is whatever it says there minus 3.
Yeah, I'll just
So it
write
says
it
his
in
rank.
character description.
Right, so what do assault...
Wait. I had a genius idea. I had a most
What?
ingenious idea that I can just put into character description. I gotta look for it though.
I'm gonna look at what he would get for standard issue for his stuff.
Do you know what page the ranks are on in Death Watch? The experience ranks?
I can get them for you actually because I had them open a minute ago. Hit page 58 in the base book.
Okie doke.
I'm just gonna also look up standard issue for what he gets. 'Cause that'll be what he starts with regardless.
Yeah, no, these are the same. Okay. It's just a bit judged.
It's just a bit higher because Space Marines tend to be a bit tougher overall than most.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm honestly fine with him staying at rank 12 max because, well, he's still a fucking Space Marine. Those guys could take a beating and a half and still keep going.
Yes.
Although, that does lead me to ask a question, but that'll be something for later.
I mean, the absolute worst case scenario is you just start taking arch-militant ranks.
Yeah, he basically, for anything that he doesn't get from being an Assault Marine. The other question I would technically have would be if he would have access to the Codex abilities the Death Watch Marines get, which is things like Feat of Strength and so on. Which, what those do is...
Okay.
Here, I get a thing
I
every so often.
simplified it. Thunder.
Nice.
I just put under the character description, consult this table for actual rank.
Yeah, I know, that's what I figured. But, yeah, basically, the Feats of Strength, like things of, okay, your Marine gets an extra boost to his unnatural strength for X number of turns. But we'll come to that later. All squad standard issue, power armor, obviously, bolt pistol, 3 grenades, 3 crack grenades, a combat knife, repair cement, and a chapter trapping.
And 5 acquisition rolls.
Yeah, and as for Assault Marine specifically, a chainsaw and a jump pack. So he comes with a jump pack out the box.
Yep.
Which I'll put in the damage things for those in a moment, but let's have a quick look at chapter trappings to see what would make sense for him to have.
That's the best part about being a Blood Raven.
I know that there's a lot of chapter trappings, but I mean like a specific one that would be fun for him to just mess around with, because chapter trappings tend to have little fun effects that you can work with.
No, but that's the fun thing about Blood Ravens.
I just get to steal all of them.
Yeah, you steal one. Unless you want to
So I could
take
just
one of the Blood Raven's own chapter trappings.
Well, let me look at what those would be then, because that's
Yeah.
going to need to... But yeah, I could just take any of them. Like, this is mine now.
Of course.
Because I remember that one of the ones for... I think it was either Space Wolves or the Storm Ones is really good. I know the Storm Ones one because I've used it. Let's see chapter trappings. Here we go. 169 for base book. Let's see if these are what I remember them being.
I do want to hear what the Blood Raven ones are first, and you apparently have that book, so could you read those off to me?
Let me see if I can find it, because I couldn't see chapter trappings in the book they came from, which is on the chapter. But I'll have a look. Because I might also just be blind.
Chapter trappings, Blood Raven, Death Watch.
Might have found it. I think. Ah, here we go. Librarian texts. Blood Raven Battle okay. So it's a book. A Battle Brother carrying librarian texts must choose a single law or skill which can be the common Scholastic Forbidden as his area of focus. When using the law skill on the subject to his text cover, he gains a +3 to the test. So a slight bonus to law tests.
Yeah, you can steal one. Actually, here's the deal. Okay, I'm gonna list off some stuff. 1, Dark Angels. 2, Blood Angels. 3, Black Templars. 4, Salamanders. 5, Marine's Malevolent. Roll me a 1d5 if you don't want the Blood Raven one.
All right. Well, the one that I would have picked would have possibly been the Tempest Amulet,
Mm.
which gives it a small
Okay,
strength bonus,
Storm
basically.
Warden's on 6. Roll me 1d6.
All right then.
We do be gambling in this house.
Yes, you can have your Storm Warden thing. You gifted it to yourself. That's one of your great chapter feats. You gift that, you gifted that, what is it? Tempest Amulet to yourself?
Yeah. I get one of three. Well, I basically get to pick one of three benefits: either Amulet of Might, add +2 to Strength after all modifiers; Victory Scripture, +2 to weapon skill when fighting an opponent in single combat; or 3, Guardian Charm or Guardian Amulet. This amulet counts as a charm, which I think is basically like a Rosarius, or at least makes it so that if random bullshit happens, he's less likely to be fucked over by it.
Yep, charms are in the Rogue Trader book.
Yep.
Let me just double check that then. 'Cause if I recall what I remember of them right, they're basically a free. I am on the lowest of priority when random bullshit happens, and if everyone has one that the DM picked, more or less.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just a bad luck prevention charm, essentially.
Here we go. Charms have no tangible benefits. However, when the unfolding plot causes something bad to happen to a random character, at the GM's discretion, a character with a charm will be exempt. If all characters carry charms, as all Emperor-fearing citizens should, then it's up to the GM to decide which charm is the most potent.
Yeah, so if you're like the DM has like, oh, I have to shoot at one of these 5 people. You have good luck charm. I'm not going to shoot at you.
Or if everybody has one, then it's like, okay, I'm going to shoot this guy.
Yeah, basically the idea is, whenever an enemy decides to target you, they're gonna have to do a 1d2 to actually target you. Is how I'm gonna flavor that.
Fair.
They have to
Good.
take a second thought at. They have to guess again. They have to guess again.
Second guess themselves.
Yeah, it makes them second guess themselves when they see the Space Marine. Don't ask how that works on Necrons or Tyranids.
Look, they just instinctually know that who his father was. It's fine.
Look. Saoirse had enough respect for Roland that Eldar bullshit magic just kind of rubbed off a little.
Fun fact, blue paint counts as charms.
Yes, it
But
does.
it's either that or I grab, say, the +2 to strength, the +3 or +2 weapon skill in melee combat. But I think the Guardian amulet makes the most sense.
It's fucking funny because of how I'd mechanically do it.
Yeah, which that's an item that he just has, which I'll add those in now.
Yeah.
But he just has like an extra. That's funny. Gears and tools. Let's just copy that over from here and add at the bottom.
I'm just looking at all the stuff you can get, quite honestly, for a Space Marine, because there's some stuff you don't see in Rogue Trader.
Because the Space Marines are unique in that, they have big things.
Yeah.
Which number would be that they don't target him? 1 or a 2?
They would target him on a 2, since green means go.
Okay.
That's how I'm reasoning it in my head, at least.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
The enemies targeting the character roll 1d2. 2 means they still target him. But yeah, I need to add in the other standard issue things he gets as well, for just being what he is. Which, power armor explains itself.
Does that Wraithbone thing I have count as a charm?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I will need to add in all of the effects of the power armor at some point, along with everything else he gets for being a Space Marine. But I can do that in my own time.
You want to know something ironic?
Yes.
Out of all the organic party members, the only person to technically not have a charm is Al.
Huh.
Oh well, Roland as well, because I don't think he had one, but also just gonna add.
Uh,
Amazing.
because Sersha has one on the basis of being an Eldar seer.
And
Yeah.
I have one on basis I beat someone at Smash Brothers.
Also, Sersha tossed you that funny Wraithbone emblem. Or no, wait, that was a fucking Harlequin.
Yeah. And then what what Saoirse did is they remolded it to look like a Tau symbol.
Yep. Sersha's based like that.
Yeah.
Because she's
Major
easygoing.
effects.
Mhm.
And Maris.
The guy with no psychic activity of any kind, just casually walking around with a piece of solidified warp energy.
I had a soul!
Okay, so if I correct, the helmet is 9, everything else is 10, and the chest is 13.
Yep. Welcome to being
That's
a
a lot.
Primaris, motherfucker. Plus you have a beaky helm.
That's why it's a 9. That's still a reinforced helmet.
That is indeed a reinforced helmet.
Choo choo, motherfuckers. Alright, so now we need to find stats for the.
It's basically they
fucking-
just had to make a beaky helmet bigger.
Yeah. Now I just need to find the. Not war gear, I can get that in a minute. Weapons for this, because Astartes equipment isn't the same as normal. Imagine.
Yes, which is why I'm saying do some acquisitions now. And we can translate rarity.
Well, no, I'm saying for the standard issue stuff.
Oh, right.
He gets things like a bolt pistol starting. I don't think he gets any super advanced guns. The most he gets is that he has crack grenades. Which are, yeah, that's terrifying.
Let's see. I want to give him the opportunity to get some things, in all honesty.
I know, the standard issue stuff is basically the stuff he would start with regardless of acquisitions.
Yeah, I know.
No, I get it.
I'm having fun.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it's bad to have fun, I'm just like wanting to get the stuff that he starts with out first.
Yeah. Okay.
Which craftsmanship, caring. In fact, actually, I can put these in a moment. Let's actually see what he gets for rolling stuff. So let's see,
Okay.
what should I get for him as a freaking first item? Shit, didn't mean to press that.
Are there any particular weapons you want?
A power fist would be fun, but that requires basically being bolted to his hand.
And I mean, the Lowlander will basically be an heirloom fucking artifact power sword for an Astartes.
Yeah, so basically a power claymore once he gets it, assuming Roland's dead by then.
Except he's
Well, actually, no.
one-handed, so it's just the size of a normal Astartes power sword.
Oh well, I say Roland might be dead. Even if he's not, he wouldn't have any use for that sword by that point. Because he's already moved on to fucking.
And
The
Saoirse
power
would take
sword.
the opportunity to overhaul it,
Yeah.
because she'll
see.
probably have some dabbling as a bone singer by then.
Okay, a Thunderhammer doesn't give a modified bonus for that. That's only the Power Fist that does that.
Also, Zavli, I decided when Saoirse hit ranks 9, I know what secondary, seer path she's gonna take. It's Bone Singer.
Yeah, we've already worked out that if she does that and then reinforces either her own or, say, Calmus's armor, it's going to get ridiculous for Soap pretty quick.
Honestly, I just did it so she can kick a Wraithbone spike out of the ground.
That also works. Chainsaw he already starts with.
What
I
I'm
mean,
The wraith
saying,
with my bone.
what I'm saying is Wraithbone shenanigans and Magitech engineering.
I'm going to assume that upgrading his power armor is going to be off the table because he's already got a fairly solid set as is, which is fine.
Because, while
I mean,
Saoirse doesn't have any technical scientific understanding, but if you give her Bone Singer and put her in with some people who are actually talented at technical stuff, that's where Magitech happens.
Oh god, sorry. Yeah, there's that. But oh god, I've just read the Astartes Stormbolter.
Oh, what's it do?
Well, it's the same as a normal bolter. Basic 100 meters, single 2-4, 2d10 plus 5. Pen 5, MO 62, 2 full turns reload and has Storm, which I'm assuming is the same as normal.
Zam.
Yeah, that's better than a normal Storm Bolter, but that also makes sense because it's Astartes is bigger. It's a big gun.
They're chunky boys.
That would be respected as Renown, which I think is like the second tier? I don't remember.
Okay, in that case, it goes, very rare, extremely rare, then near unique, right?
I believe so.
Okay, so respected a noun would be rare.
Yeah, that's part of normal thingy system, which is that you get renowned for doing things. Having your helmet off while killing shit is
Yeah.
one of them.
I'm just equating this.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just explaining just for
Yeah.
in case Savly was curious.
Because
Rare
Space
would
Marines don't
be...
requisition the same way.
Yeah, because they're spec ops, they normally go, okay, you've got this mission, here's how many points you have to buy things.
Yes. Which is why I'm doing it, which is why I'm just trying to convert it in my head.
Yeah.
Anything that doesn't have a rating is average.
Okay. Rare is
Or
not
that
that
doesn't have
bad.
a
A renown.
prestige requirement and a rarity rating.
Yeah. I'm not gonna bother with craftsmanship because for a gun, that's mostly just okay. It hit better. Right? No, it doesn't hit better. It doesn't jam.
Remember my house rule.
Which is
Best quality things get an extra little dinghy.
oh right, yeah, there's that.
The only key is I decide.
Yeah, that's why I threw the suggestion at you for the one or two things. It still comes down to you at the end of it.
Yeah.
I'm
I
also
still
going to
find
assume
it funny how orc weapons get an automatic upgrade for free.
Yeah. Okay,
When
so
they're at best.
hero is near unique. Famed is extremely rare. Distinguished is very rare. Respective is rare. And initiated is average.
okay.
That works.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of if it's worth me trying to go for this because it'd be a 40% chance because there's no way he can barter for it on his own.
Well, this is still while he's going through training, right?
Yeah.
Then give me a 10. He's getting used to his places in Astartes and his war gear.
So he gets a plus 10
And
to
he'd be
this.
amongst the chapter during that.
Okay, so he gets a plus 10 to just base acquisition then.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would make it a flat 50 then because negligible would also be at play.
Yep.
So flat 50-50 chance if he can find himself a best craft Stonebolter.
Yep.
And he's got it.
Okay, I'm just gonna add that in real quick.
Yeah. Oh god.
Well, how do you feel about that?
Well, Stonebolters are already ridiculous. So what's the little extra quality for best craft then?
Uh... How long does it normally take a Stormbolter to reload?
2 full actions, not counting things like rapid reload.
Does he have rapid reload?
No, but I could probably buy him it because it's like. It's at the end. It's at the end of rank 3 for General Space Marine, so I can get that eventually.
Okay, so since there are blood axes that have largely spread legends about blood ravens,
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. I
Almost
think
enough DACA.
if I recall
Impossible.
right,
It's only
if I recall
almost.
right, yeah, if I recall right, rapid reload normally, at least for normal brain words, for fucking
I will do something.
yeah, for normal rogue trader, it's normally the rapid reload caps it at a half action.
Yeah, I'm just saying this cannot be modified.
Okay. So rapid reload would probably still be a good idea because that cuts all reloading in half. But this one not being able to be reloaded is fine because that is still very quick for something that is a machine gun.
A grenade
Although
launching machine gun. The grenades are also missiles.
oh yeah, because bolter.
Yeah, it's a gyrojet.
Well, it
It
has
do be
explosive
doing
rounds.
explosive.
It
It's
doesn't do explosive, but
it's a Fuller Auto gyrojet. And yes, I do mean Fuller Auto,
amazing.
because that's what storm weapons basically are. They're
Yeah.
said,
Yes.
why don't we just put Fuller Auto on this bad boy?
But yeah, so that's fine. It can't be modified because rapid reload is just good for everything else.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah,
I probably should
but
4 left.
wrong, it's 8. Or 7 left.
Okay,
This
you
character
said
won't
5
be
originally.
coming in for a while and won't always get a chance to requisition when everyone else does for obvious reasons.
Because everything else is too small for him, right?
Well, you can always try to go for an Astartes equivalent for a rarity
But it'd be
penalty.
yeah, it'd be rare. I kind of figured.
A singular rarity penalty.
I mean, in my brain, if we're part of a Rogue Trader Retina, we'd just be doing it the normal way, honestly.
Yeah, but he's not yet. And
He's not here yet.
yeah.
Okay, so lightning claws would be terrifying for one reason. Lightning claws do an additional point of damage per degree of success for Astartes versions. 2 if you have 2 of them.
Yeah, but I mean, Dad's old sword.
Also true. That's part of why I'm like, especially because that would be a single weapon to him, which I think I do get quick draw eventually. Does he? Actually, he starts with it. What am I on about?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
that would be a normal power sword to him, so he
Yeah,
can
is
quick
that
draw that shit.
Hold on.
I was just going to reply to a comment. Lord Smith said that when one barrel's not enough, fast enough, add another barrel and add again.
Yeah,
And that
it's
is
called
exactly
Fuller
how it
Auto.
works. And that's exactly how it works for the Orc special upgrades. One of them is literally just more barrels, and it just gives you Storm.
Yeah, that checks out.
Are there any specialty weapons you want? Because there is a thing. The major Mechanicus presence in this sector that's actually Loyalist is Ryzen based.
Okay.
Do you know what that means for your plasma and power weaponry? That if you try to requisition those,
Go on.
they're going to be better.
They're going to be
Lightning
better goodly.
Lightning claws are power weapons. I just want you to realize that.
Yes,
I'd hope
and
so.
Ryzen's make plasma guns that actually have the don't overheat knob on them.
That's a great name for that.
The
All right, in
overheat
that
and
case,
don't overheat knobs on the safety.
right, since you've said that, Ren,
That's the big thing.
I'm just gonna send you a GIF of something that I'm tempted to get now because of that.
Imagine not overcharging on every shot. Couldn't be me.
Ah, yes, the Doom BFG.
which I still love the well, it's the BFG 9000, which I still love
Yeah.
the name of it. Oh, what does the name mean? Big fucking gun.
Yeah.
Which what would that be for a plasma weapon?
Let's see.
It's decently short range, so the
Oh, here we go.
mouse
Well,
weapons do have something similar.
well, no, plasma. It would be a plasma cannon for a blast. Unless I look in one of the other books.
No, there's also a plasma pistol in the base book.
I'm looking at Astartes stuff for size difference.
Yeah, I am too. I'm looking at the plasma pistol in the base Deathwatch book.
What does volatile do?
That's the thing that would be removed. Partially.
Well, no. I was gonna say because volatile matter is if a 10 is rolled for damage on a weapon with a volatile quality, Righteous Fury happens automatically. That's all that does. It doesn't overheat.
Shit, they already don't overheat.
Because they have volatile instead.
Okay.
You could just make it a quality upgrade.
Since Ryzen's actually know how to do it, and we could just say, wait, volatile is, what does volatile
It's a
do again?
It basically, if a Righteous Fury would happen, it just guarantees it.
Okay, follow-up question, does it have any downsides?
No.
Okay, so do you know how maximal setting is a thing for plasma weapons in Rogue Trader and Only War?
Vaguely. Yeah.
Yeah, give this one a maximal setting.
Oh god.
These are Ryzen plasma weapons, motherfucker.
Alright, let me just remind myself what that does, because in Rotrix, I remember vaguely it basically just overcharges the thing. Maximal.
Basically.
Or is that not in the book?
It should be under Macarian hand. If you open the Macarian, it'll be in there.
Right. Right, yeah.
The Macarian weapon arm, the Macarian armory, not the
Tools. Yeah, I've got it open.
Yeah. So you see that Ryzen pistol maximal, plasma pistol Ryza maximal rules with overheats and recharge.
Hang on, let me look at that. I need to find plasma weaponry in here. Ah, here we go.
Also, just
yeah,
real quick, since you did cut me off a bit, the burst cannon is a plasma weapon, actually.
Oh, sorry, Sam, I didn't mean to. Oh, so yeah, here we go. But yeah, the plasma cannons, plasma blaster would also make sense here.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Okay. So basically, since it's an Astartes grade, you instead of +6, it's +8 for the weapon profiles. In terms of damage for a plasma pistol.
Yes, yeah, +8 over +6. I can swap basic weapons for using quick draw at the same speed.
And the advantage is you don't get overheats on a base shot.
Okay.
AKA, you have a plasma pistol with a safety switch.
It's not terrifying. normal plasma pistols for Astartes is a 1d10 +8.
Yeah. So it would just be a 1d10 +8. And then overcharge would be a 2d10 +8. With overheats and recharge.
Jesus. Would it still have volatile if it's an Astartes one or not then?
Yes.
So if Righteous Fury happens, that guy's dead.
Normally, overcharge is a flat damage boost rather than an extra die.
This is overheats, that's because, though.
Well, yeah.
I know.
Okay.
In Deathwatch, volatile instead just makes if you roll Righteous Fury, I roll a 10, it just guarantees it instead.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about overcharge.
Yeah.
So maximum.
Yeah. Maximal isn't actually overcharge. It's just a second
Ah,
weapon profile saying you crank your plasma gun up to maximum settings.
oh, okay, I see. My mistake.
Yeah, you're good.
I could also be a dickhead and try and grab a plasma gun instead of a pistol, because that is also there, and that would just be a bit higher damage as well.
Okay, but hear me out. You still have enough acquisitions to try for both.
True.
And you can't tell me having a plasma pistol and power sword isn't peak. I won't believe you.
You got me there. Although being able to quick swap a plasma gun into hand and literally just go, yeah, I don't want you there anymore.
Especially, well, if it's a pistol, you can shoot into melee.
Whilst in melee, to be fair.
Yeah, more accurately.
Alright, yeah, fine, we'll try for a plasma pistol first, and plus that's already very rare, so that solves itself. Which, no, I'm not going to try for
I'll be right
better...
back.
Noise. I'm not going to try for better craftsmanship with this thing, because, well, it's a plasma pistol. It's already
You
going
don't
to
need to.
It's a negligible normal quality, and a flat plus 10 from just where he is. And I rolled a 76 on a 70 chance.
You want to fate point that?
I'm assuming that would just be a normal, like, fate point roll.
It'd be using a fate point to reroll.
Yeah, so he wouldn't like burn it. So I guess he
Right.
assumed that the reroll for his power armor was burning one. But I'm assuming this would just be like a normal fate point reroll.
Yeah, you have 3 of those across all these acquisitions.
Okay. Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Because you want to know how I did this.
Go on.
So for starting acquisitions, I took profit factor bonus plus number of fate points.
And he's got it.
And he's got it.
So he has a plat. He's gonna walk in geared to the fucking hells at this point. Is right, which honestly is like his old man.
Ryzen pattern,
I got it.
Astartes, plat. Fair enough. But no, it needs to be Rise of Pattern in front, and I'll show you why.
Okay.
Because the suffix needs to include maximal for maximal settings.
Ah. Also, the maximal does also consume 3 shots as well. Good to
Yep,
know.
and it has recharge.
Which, if I correct for recharge, basically means you can't fire the gun again.
Okay, you still have a bolt pistol.
Well, you can't fire it again for like a turn or so. More like.
Yeah.
Which that's still like basic. A solid plasma. A pistol. Plasma pistols are good normally. I can't speak.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Well, that's still like a D10 plus 8, and then he overcharges it. It's a 2D10 plus 8.
Yes.
Hello, I'm going to melt your face off. Right, I'm just going to check something. Are there
Look,
any...
by the time this guy shows up, he's gonna need it. Everyone's gonna need big damage output by then.
I mean, he's already going to be hitting like a truck.
Roland's sun is not gonna appear until at least the first Apocrypha.
No, I know, but Space Marines still hit like a train.
And all the Apocryphas are gonna be shit your pants scary.
Makes sense.
Because they're all stuff in the lore that are eventually happening. But, Games Workshop is afraid of actually progressing the plot.
True.
Sorry, I'm reading Rights of Battle Weapons.
The ultimate fear of the story having to one day end. Then no more money.
Oh no. I
I
hate Power Claymores
mean,
here.
I'm really hoping this does end up to be a super long campaign. Honestly.
Me too.
Well, that would explain why you're like planning ahead with time skips and things.
Yeah, no, because I've been having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm glad.
I mean, that's why I have backup characters.
That's also part of why I'm. Honestly, a part of me is just glad that Roland's here and he's actually getting to do things instead of just being killed from bullshit.
I'm not apologizing.
Oh, hello. Well, no, it's not that. Well, yeah, Sally, you shouldn't be that, but no, the reason why I'm saying oh hello is because there's a Raven pattern shotgun in here.
I want you to say,
Oh.
though, if you increase the rarity by 1, so like from very rare to extremely rare, for normal human stuff, it becomes a Stardies pattern.
Ah, okay.
At least for gear.
Okay.
And some weapons, but everything but armor, really.
Ren, don't do that, because you're gonna make me want to get fucking recoil gloves again.
Those count. Those would be an armor modification. And I said not including armor.
I can't wait to pimp your armor.
Don't.
You wouldn't be able to wear your armor and recoil gloves, sadly.
So it would be basically a
Unless it
modification
got
to his
pimped
armor.
out.
I was gonna say it's a modification to that instead.
Velvy, hello!
Hora Hora, the ginger is here.
Yes, hello, I am here.
Welcome. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Roland's cooking up an assault marine at the moment. But yes, hello, Velvy.
I'm trying to find where. There it is, and it's rare. So that would just be an armor modification then. Which, Ren, if I got
I'm
best
hungry.
Okay.
Uh,
Also, Ren, I'm just gonna say this now. If I did get recoil gloves, yes, I'd hope to get the same best craft benefit that Roland's got, which is literally just they count as custom grip for any normal weapon.
How about this? When Roland dies, the gloves get retrofitted
Oh
into
wait,
the
you
Mergate.
all live. Oops.
Oh, yeah. I thought I told ya. But you're always welcome here, Velvy. You're always welcome on my stream.
Yeah.
Let's
I'm
see.
trying to think.
I will be back. I will grab food.
Okie doke.
I know the feeling. That's what I did before the stream. I might be
Yeah.
late. I'm making food.
Also, do they normally talk with text to speech?
Yes.
She's mute.
Okay. Oh, okay. Didn't know that. Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
And now you know. G.I. Joe.
Yep.
Oh, God.
I have a mute Canadian wife and a yappy Indonesian wife. It balances out the amount of yap to perfect
Yeah.
harmony.
Also, Ren, I've just found I think it's a chapter relic.
I love
well,
them both
well,
for
no.
all their.
Yeah, I'd hope so. But I've also just found a war gear that actually might fit him.
Oh, what?
Wings of the Raven.
Yeah, you can do that.
it does say it counts as a relic, but it counts as a Astartes jump pack with the exception that it triples base movement and grants flyer 18 when used on full power.
You'd have to trade your Guardian Charm.
Extra movement or can a shield against certain things. Yeah, because it's a Raven Guard. Yeah, that makes sense. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just
Well,
gonna.
no, you're a blood raven, so
Well,
you'd
it's
be
not a chapter
stealing
trapping.
from the Raven Guard.
Yeah, it's not a chapter trapping. It's a war gear which is meant to be a relic.
Oh.
That's why I'd be going for requisition instead.
Okay, yeah, no, it would be a chapter quote-unquote gift in that case.
So it'd be a requisition.
Yes.
Okay. Here's the other rub to it. It is aimed as the renown.
Okay, so what did I establish? How much is that? Which rank is that? Out of how many?
I think famed is. I know it's one of the higher ones. Let me look.
Fug. Okay, famed is 4, so that is extremely rare.
That makes sense. I was just gonna say something. Oh right, yeah. Where was it? I saw it a minute ago. Prometheum's Blessing. Oh god!
What does it do?
Prometheum's Blessing is a weapon upgrade which can be applied to any chain on power melee weapon.
Maybe worry about
What?
that one once you have power melee weapons.
I know, but what did we say that could possibly be a power melee weapon?
Lightning claws.
Well, lightning claws, yes, but also the sword.
Yes.
So it also just fucking bursts into flame.
You know what it could also count for? A thunder hammer.
A flaming hammer. But right, let's try to get the Raven's Guard thing first. I'm not going to bother with best crafting that because I'm fine with it just being a jump pack plus.
Yeah. I highly
Which is maybe
recommend the Power Fist, by the way.
I know what that thing does.
No, but hear me out. You apply that one mod you were just talking about it on the Power Fist.
Also true. Rem, would it if we did get a Power Fist, would it be a version that he could technically take off? Because the Power Fist normally just
Yeah.
becomes the glove.
That's
Okay,
the
cool, so
beauty
you
of
can take armor.
that's the beauty of Primaris armor.
Cool.
Primaris power gloves you can take off. They aren't built into the armor itself.
Yeah, just because going off Space Marine is for the Power Fist is a giant mitten.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, it's fun to punch things with, and some of the animations with it involved look silly. Oh,
Yeah, they're just
fucking hell.
they're just a weaponized version of those Hulk styrofoam gloves.
I know, but they also can articulate, which, again, one of the Thousand Suns kill animations has you rip the helmet off, before you kick him back.
Mhm.
You use the hand that the Power Fist goes on, so watching the Power Fist do that looks really silly. As you just cover their whole head with your mitten.
Yeah, and Gabriel Angelos also looked really silly backflipping in Terminator armor, but that didn't stop him, and he's the chapter master.
Also fair. Also, I got the Wings of the Raven.
Okay, so your jump pack has wings on it.
I basically just swapped out my old jump pack for it. It's fine.
Don't worry, you painted the wings red, so it's totally Blood Ravens.
Yeah, so effectively, instead of doubling for jump packs, it now just triples it, and I can fly at 18 instead. It can also be used for up to 10 minutes. Oh, that is dumb.
Also, you're painting it red because it makes you move faster.
That's
That
old
and it was
logic. What the
gifted
fuck was
from
that?
the Raven Guard.
I'm making a joke.
I know you are. I'm being a smartass. I had to because, well, Wings of the Raven.
Gifted from the storm. Oh.
Oh, okay, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. Gifted from the Storm Wardens.
Which, hey, I don't need to put down his jump pack now because he has a better version.
Yep. And it only cost one very confused Raven Guard during your training. Yeah, no. You aren't acquisitioning this shit, you're stealing it.
Right, so that's the third one, so I've got 5 left.
That's like doing the same thing to me.
No, he's a Beaky, so it is different. It's part of his Astartes training to steal shit. Canonically.
Of course, of course.
He's a klepto. What do you expect? Right, power weapons. Power Fist, Astartes Power Fist is 2d10, but if I look at the thing here, I can use that instead.
Yeah, power weapons are scary.
I know they are. I'm using one. There's also the other part of this for... Oh, Ren, quick question. Speaking of...
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to assume the bonus for power armor to his... both his strength and to things like the Power Fist are applied after Unnatural Toughness, obviously.
Yes.
So that would... So his strength bonus before you double it for a Power Fist is already 12.
Yes.
And yes, I will be boosting that up as well.
And then it would go through armor and then through the weapon. Because we apply them from the inside out.
Yeah. So, which, by the way, one of the first things I'm probably going to be spending a fair amount of experience on with him, strength. Because yes, having a strength bonus of 14 does not sound fucking overkill.
Did you know you can get an arm-mounted grenade launcher?
That is very tempting. Let's see. Power weapons. Here we go. Power weapons gauntlet, basically.
Well, there's the chain fist in the core rulebook.
Ren, don't tempt me with that.
Sorry, the power fist is what I meant.
I know. The chain fist needs to go on the Terminator. Or yeah, Death Watch does already have a. Where was it? I had it.
Don't forget, vehicles are also requisitions, and we have a stat block for a Space Marine Scout bike if you want one.
I think he'll be fine with his freaking jump pack.
Okay, but hear me out. Riding in style.
I know, but flying at someone just a similar speed probably is. It sounds also funny.
Also, if he wants a personal air transport, he may want to requisition that, like a Thunderhawk or something.
That's also true. Right, so Astartes Power Fist is distinguished.
And distinguished is the third one, right?
I think so.
Because I think it goes distinguished, respected, distinguished, respected, famed, then hero.
I think so.
So distinguished would be rare.
That's better than the one that's in the normal one, which would be very rare, so I'm fine with that.
Yes.
And you know what? I'm gonna be a dickhead.
Wait, no, it's distinguished, not respected. It would be very rare. My bad.
Okay, no. Dare I still be a dickhead and try and get a best craft one, because for melee weapons, that's even better. Plus 10 to hit and plus 1 to damage.
Why not? We love gambling.
I do love gambling.
Alright, fuckwit, do you get this? I'm gonna use one of my fate points for this just because fuck it, why not? It's a 40% chance. Let's see if we can get it. No.
No. Ah, well.
Right. That's fine.
Though, if you want a
I'll have to-
parrying weapon, you could also go for a power knife.
Those are a thing.
What do you think a Katachan Devil Fang is?
Fair. Though, to be fair, he starts with a chainsword, which also has balanced on it.
True, true.
Astartes do come with that out of the box, so...
Yeah. Carry on, then.
I've got 4 requisitions left, I think.
Yes. Yes, you do. You may want some utility stuff.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's see, war gear. There's also weapon upgrades if I want to be a jacket.
Uh... I'm just looking at stuff in here. Now I'm looking through the Macarian toolbook instead of the Macarian weapon book. I need you to know.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same actually because I just thought of something that could be.
Does your armor have mag boots?
I think they come with that, don't they?
Do they?
Assuming it's basically a modified Mark 8, yes.
Okay, then yeah.
Magnetized boot soles. So it comes with them.
Do you want to try rolling for a wrist-mounted grenade launcher? I'm sorry I had to.
I mean, I'm gonna double check something, but
I guess
is
you'd
it
have to
possible
get
to-
grenades first.
well, he starts with a couple of grenades, but I'm thinking of something else right now. Delay field symbols, tools. Okay, there are cybernetics in here.
Yep.
So that, in theory, does mean he could get something that I could be a complete dickhead with.
And that would be...
Synth muscles, of course. Which, normal ones give him a +10 at all times. Huge ones would make him need to eat more, which, but...
Dude, you
Synth
already
muscles-
need to eat an extreme amount, but this is a Rogue Trader dynasty. They can feed a fucking Space Marine.
I also don't want to get him the huge graft because that reduces his agility by 10, and I'd
Yeah.
rather not. However, normal ones would still be fine because that's a +10 when he has a natural strength built in.
Yeah. Don't remember,
what's-
you can get something from the normal Macarian toolbook at 1 rarity higher.
Yeah, which would be very rare for synth muscles.
Yeah.
Which, even if I don't get them at, like, best craft, that's still a +10 to strength, which, yeah. Yeah.
May I, suggest something?
Go on.
Repair cement.
He does come with one of those acting out, but having spare would always be good. Especially because he's not going to have as easy access to...
You could
fucking-
also, requisition an engine. You can also requisition an engine seer. That's trained in Astartes equipment upkeep.
That would probably be a good idea, but I'm gonna... Should I try for the synth muscles first, just to see if I get them, because I have 4 left?
Yeah.
We'll
Also,
just see
for
what comes
reference, an
between.
engine seer is the best quality human. Humans have rarity ubiquitous.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's try this first. So
Don't you just love the Imperium?
I know, people currency. Negligible for just the one. Should I get best craft for synth muscles or not?
Synth muscles are indistinguishable for normal muscles at best craft.
So there's no point then.
No. I'm saying, yo, dog, I heard you liked muscles, so we put muscles on your muscles so you can muscle while you're muscle. It basically
Wait, what?
takes the downside of how synth muscling looks weird and removes that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Space Marines are...
There'd be no detraction from appearance at Bestcraft.
Though, to be fair, he's going to be in his power armor most times anyway.
Still.
Alright, fine.
Because it still gives you the mechanical effects. It just means nobody knows you have muscle grafts at best quality.
Oh my god, he got them!
You got them.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So I'm guessing that's the best quality, is just that they look normal.
Yeah.
Ironic.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I don't need... Even though unnatural strength on them would be great, he already has that.
What are they called?
So,
Synthetic muscle grafts?
synthetic muscle grafts. Which, yeah. Yeah, do you want to know, as I've just said, what those do? Literally just a flat +10 to strength.
I find it ironic because the best quality one equivalent in Rogue Trader does make you malformed at best rank, specifically.
Yeah, that's part... Well, that's not counting the Macarian, which I think the huge muscle grafts would count for those.
Right, I'm just accounting for the Rogue Trader book, that's all.
No, I know. That's part of why I'm glad to use the Macarian instead, because it doesn't have that.
The only downside is you don't get unnatural strength 3.
I mean, that's fine. That would be great, don't get me wrong, but fucking...
So, basically a flat scrutiny test is required to notice these muscle grafts.
Honestly, that's fine for Bestcraft for these, because unnatural strength would be nice, don't get me wrong, but he already comes with it, so... Also, just what they normally do.
I mean, I don't understand that mindset, honestly. Already having it means you can upgrade it further.
Well, I know that could, but at the same time, having it be
And this
unnoticeable...
is go even further beyond. Well,
It
no,
goes
I'm
from 2
giving
times
you...
to 3 times.
Remember, unnoticeable comes from my house rule. You still get all the normal best quality stuff.
Which for... I think for these is just that. Unless you're also going to, like, veto the -10 because they know properly built into him.
Yeah. Bestcraft, after all.
So, well, that's the thing. They normally give you a -10 to agility because they're really strong, but they don't look right.
Yeah, and since they look right, they don't have that -10.
Oh, God. So he has a natural strength 3?
And people don't realize he doesn't just have a natural strength 2.
Oh, God.
So basically, he's about a Marine and a half in terms of strength.
Hell yeah.
He has feet of strength base now.
Woohoo!
Wait
So,
till you
you
can
know
get
how-
feet of strength.
Which is, well, that's normally an ability that you activate for a few turns in Death Watch.
Ah. Well, then just wait till he activates it.
Oh, Jesus. You can normally get feat of strength to get you to rank 4, but that needs you to be like rank 7 or 8. Oh, God. So, you know how one of the suggestions for... I think one of the examples for thy strength be legend is the Space Marine holding up a building?
Yep.
This guy could just fucking do that innately.
Look, this guy's strength is Saoirse's speed.
Yeah. So, Zably, have you ever seen that one gif of the Hulk spinning a tank around?
Or Viorlos's int.
Yeah, I can still get a natural int.
This guy could do this.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Oh my God. His unnatural strength is an 18. What? This is before I even fucking posted anything.
Welcome to having a ridiculously high singular attribute score.
Oh my... This guy's literally just gonna look down this phone and be like, "Hi, Dad." Okay, what's with you? Bench presses a tank.
Just a full grown ass space marine comes in and says, "Hey dad, can I bench press that tank?"
Wait, you can bench press. I know Space Marines are strong, but you cannot be. Proceeds
I'm
to start bench
asking
pressing it.
permission, not my ability.
All right, let's see it. Because here's the thing: the way that it normally works for carry weight is unnatural. Is your strength bonus plus toughness bonus. This guy has like has almost a 30.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Again, he has entered the realm of Sersha's agility with his strength. Just to pull it out for chat here, Sersha has a 27 agility bonus.
This is before this is before I've even modified his strength using Death Watch Assault Marine, which he gets strength fairly cheap. So I can easily ramp that up.
You want to know something fun about unnatural heuristics?
Yeah?
Go on.
In opposed tests, you can add the multiplier to your degrees of success.
Yeah, you get. So he has an extra 3 degrees of success just built in.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, fucking Roland ended up running away from Electra at one point. His son could fucking fold Electra in half.
Yeah, provided he's fast enough to get it.
Well, that's where the jump pack comes in. And his eyes.
No, that's just when the convenient Eldar in the room comes in to bog it down in melee.
Or Roland does that if he's still alive before his son just walks over and then just pops him on the head. Because
Just having a casual, automatic 3 degrees of success minimum when opposed checks. Great.
With his strength being a bare minimum of 80 because he also has his power armor.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
Okay,
1,
right.
2, 3.
That's 5.
Yeah, that's 5. So you have 3 more.
Yeah, the next one I'm going to get is the best quality craft human to take care of his armor.
Yep. Engine Seer. So yes.
Yeah, which I will roll that just to see.
Since
Actually,
it's negligible, actually you could get more than negligible. 2 to 5 might actually be better.
Well, the 3 to 5, but yeah, I think that would make more sense than the one guy. Either that or a platoon at 10 to 30.
No, just a few would be enough.
Okay. And
Tech priests are deadly efficient when it comes to building stuff, believe it or not. It's just everything they're building is so hard to make that it's a fucking huge pain in the ass.
Why does it come out to 50? That should be a lot higher than that. Because 70 is 120, then 140 minus 10 plus 10, so it should be 120, so he should have that.
Yeah, no, he has that.
Hang on. Counts as success, does high odds, R20 of the threshold.
Yeah, it's just an R20 thing, I think.
Because the odds should be
plus 30 for negligible, plus 20 for a few, that'd be 100. Then best craft would be minus 30, that would be 70.
Yeah, then plus 10 for where he is, so it should realistically be that. Because ubiquitous is a plus 70.
No, it's... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait. So yes, you have an engine seer. You have a gaggle of engine seers.
So an engine seer and his tech priest adept. Yeah, that's helpful.
No, engine seers are generally just loaned out squires. They're generally considered to be adepts.
I'll put engine seer and co. So it's kind of like that one section of the ship that you see the Space Marine from Rogue Trader in when you see him out of his armor at one point.
Oh, that'd be a Majos.
But I just generally mean that that's where they'd be stationed.
Yes.
Here we go. Right, is the rarity of repair cement? Because that is a very good idea to have some spare of that.
Average.
Alright, so yeah, it should be easy to grab some of that. He starts with one, so I'm going to see if I can grab like a couple more. I don't think craftsmanship does anything for this. It's a consumable, so.
Yeah. I'll just say the engine seers are led by an engine seer primus,
Okay.
which is basically just a engine seer, but we don't actually want to promote you.
Yeah. Let's try and get 5 for how many repair cements he has. Common craft.
Okay.
And that'll give him 6 to play with. Yeah, why is it doing that?
You have one more fate point.
Well,
Are
if
you
had it
adding
over, it
in the
should be-
plus, or...
No,
Hold on, let me try with Sersha's.
because that should be an 8. There should be a 90 chance. So I should, in theory, get it. I don't know why it's flattening to that.
Yeah, no, it's just borked. You're gonna have to manually type in the math, I'm sorry, it's borked.
No, I got it. I've just highlighted it to make sure of it. It should be that, so it should be 60...
90.
Yeah, 90, so we should have it. So that's 6 lots of repair cement.
Yep.
I
Do you
don't
want me
know
to
why
write that down?
I got it.
Okay.
Which, repair cement is basically just the thing to patch up his suit if it gets breached.
Oh, I know. That's why I suggested it.
Yeah, he starts with 1, he just got 5 more. So he's got one more thing. I think, if I recall correctly, the power armor, does it count as an Auspex for a scanner?
Mark 6 helmet, remember?
That would be a yes. So I assume we just put in that it also counts as a...
Well,
Auspex would be an extra...
it has inbuilt movement sensors, is the best way to put it.
Yeah, so, well, an Auspex is basically an extra plus 20 to awareness, but he has, like, innate plus 30, so...
Yeah.
What?
Hey,
Hello,
Sal, we're
welcome to the
live.
stream.
Hi.
So,
How's
yeah.
it going?
We're doing pretty good. I want to see.